Thank you so much for being a part of this competition for the full entire amount of time. This has been a great journey for a lot of individuals, and I really appreciate all the hard work and everything that you guys push out for us with all your different ideas. There were several teams that had gone to present over the past couple of days. And this week we're gathering because we have gathered all the very best presentations that we could have possibly muster. All the ideas were amazing, and we hope that they flourish and continue on forward. But today I'd like to welcome those teams that had pushed through all the way from the college community round to the regional round, and lastly to our national final round. We have a great myriad of judges, great myriad of teams, and a lot of wonderful opportunities for you guys presenting here today. For the national business competition, you guys know what it's all about already, but it is the main competition for community college students to really excel and to have a opportunity to present the ideas that they've had on a large scale. Sadly, there will only be walking away with one winner, moving on forward to whatever takes them in the later rounds. And hopefully we can stop to interview you and talk to you and feel out where exactly you'll take your idea next. But that does not exclude the amount of other individuals that are participating today, because I hope you guys will take your ideas moving forward. But then the big national award for first place is not the only award that we'll be giving out. Now there will be several awards all the teams participating today to gun for. They will be presenting the very best they can possibly provide to convince the audience, the judges, as well as every other individual who watches this, that they have the very strongest and most thought out idea. Now, for anyone who's in this call, oh, yes?
Gracias, hermano.
Oh, and for anyone in the audience that is currently joining in and is supposed to be a participant, please let me know that you guys need to be moved over to a panelist slot so that way I can invite you guys on over. Now, there's a great deal of different businesses out there, and especially in the scenario we are in today with the coronavirus, we are having a very difficult time with creating new businesses and thriving with new ideas. It's a very harsh climate to build off ideas, and yet many of you guys had used it and put it to advantage. You thought of ways to think of different things that you could do to provide why in this COVID situation. So for all those that had continued to push on when many would have given up, that is what I can really applaud you guys on to. For all the teams that are going up here, you guys will present your presentations one last time for all the other judges and participants. And hopefully you guys had help from your mentors from Berkeley, from the other entrepreneurship campuses, as well as your schools backing you through the entire way. Building a business isn't about making one team and sticking with that the entire way. A business expands, it grows, and it gets a lot of other people motivated to support you guys. And what we were trying to do is replicate that by giving you guys the opportunity to grow and expand and get new ideas from other individuals, to have help and support from different professionals, to make sure that your idea is at the very pinnacle. Because as they say, only 1 out of 10 businesses make it through 3 years. Now, I believe that out of all 80 teams that participated in College Leap this year, that these teams definitely do have a chance of making it through that first 3 years. But only the judges will choose the very best based on the rubrics that we have provided to them. They will be based on your presentations, your executive summaries, and your elevator pitches. The audience, if you haven't had the chance to look over those, they are on our website, unless a team decided that they didn't want to disclose their business plan or elevator pitch, just for personal reasons. However, I hope that this helps you guys, because the audience will have a part to play inside of voting for the very best team. The audience vote will need a maximum of 30 participants in order for us to give out that award. We're not going to have the entire fate of that award put onto the shoulder of a few. So we are hoping that when you guys have had the opportunity to vote, that you guys have submitted your votes for the very best team that you feel should win based on all 3 of the teams that are there. I will send into the rubric at the very end of all when the teams present. And the awards today, I'm glad to announce, are going to be told at the very end of this meeting. So please stick around if you are curious to see who wins. But we're not going to just keep you around waiting. We are going to have our wonderful partner for the national round. The Haas School of Business, their transfer center, has come here today to provide and to tell the individuals in this call about Haas and give you guys an exclusive support and help on your guys' transferring for when you guys go into your universities. Do make sure, because I'm pretty sure all of you guys are really well qualified to go into Haas School of Business. And hopefully when you guys transfer, you'll reach out to the College Leap and come back to give some support. We've had so much different individuals join our team, and a lot of people who are motivated by the ideas by what we were trying to inspire. So we wanted to thank everyone that had joined into the College Leap team. And we'd like to thank all of our partners who had made this possible by spreading out the word and getting other individuals involved and using their own marketing, so that way we can have a competition with all the very best community college business presentations. And we have not only motivated those that are winning community college, but also an alumni from Diablo Valley College, and a student or grad student from the Berkeley Haas School of Business. This person had created China's first ever unicorn business, and he had come here to give us a video about his success and his own motivation for thriving in a climate as he did. We'd like to really appreciate him. And for that person, Bill, if you can please pull up the video, we'll present that over to you guys so you can meet our own Stephen Yu. Or Stephen Lam. All right, you can present it.
Hi everybody, my name is Stephen Lam. I'm the co-founder of GoGoX, a mobile-based logistic platform in Asia. I'm very happy today to share my experience with you. Okay, my company is a little bit very interesting, maybe very far away from you guys, but it's one of the most successful startups of Hong Kong. And I was actually from a very humble background from Hong Kong, and then had a chance to study in America. I went to Diablo Valley College, which is very similar to you guys' background from community college, and then I transferred to UC Berkeley Business School back in 2008. So today I'm going to share a story with you guys, and hope this story will spark all your entrepreneurial spirit or pursuit of dream in your life. In 2005, after failing the public exam in Hong Kong for 3 times, and then my dad and my parents kind of give up on me on I am not going to be a good student and anything. and then my dad bought me a one-way ticket to California to study English, and hopefully I can search my life there. And also gave me a $200 for me to start a new life there, and then hopefully asked me to live with my uncle in LA. But at the end, I stayed in Diablo Valley College because I love the environment and then I wanted to live by myself. And I started to do a lot of funny projects to make money so that I can pay for tuition in community college and also save enough money to get myself into university. So I've done a lot of very interesting stuff when I was in community college. And in DVC, Diablo Valley College, actually, I think you guys are very familiar. It's kind of like in the middle of nowhere. And at that time, there's not much Chinese restaurant, there's no 99 store, things like that. So I actually did a lot of funny projects like selling hot dog in the parking lot, and then trade used bicycle, and then I bought all this used bicycle on Craigslist, and then fix it, and then we sell it on eBay, and then to my classmate in DVC. And then after a while, I started to sell iPhone on eBay, and then that's how I actually, we just announced the iPhone 12, right? But I was actually selling the first generation iPhone back in 2007. And that was the period of time that I made enough money and I saved those money to go to Berkeley. In the meantime, I was very lucky. I think the education system in the States actually helped me a lot because I got straight A from failing all the exams here in Hong Kong, and I actually got straight A's in community college. And then I got, and then that's how I transferred to East Berkeley Business School with the money I saved by selling iPhone and with a kind of good grade. So this is my entrepreneurial journey when I was in community college. And community college actually created a time for me to do a lot of interesting things that I believe is going to work, and no one is going to judge me. I just need to make some money to survive. I think this is the fundamental entrepreneurial spirit that all we need to have, and I'm very happy that I have that 2 years of time to keep practicing that. And then after that, I transferred to Berkeley Business School in 2008, and I almost used up all my savings from selling iPhone in Berkeley. But I think that's the best investment ever in myself into the future, because I think education is actually one of the things that is very, very important. It builds the foundation for us to do things in the future. It's not necessarily what you learn from the class, it's actually the process and the adventure that you get through the class, and it's part of the life. And these are the skills that you own across the years in school, and that actually will help you to build your future life. And for anyone that wanted to be an entrepreneur, being successful is not the most important. Being accomplished in every single task that you get challenged is the most important learning curve that I think every one of us need to embrace. Because of all this background, by the time I graduated from UC Berkeley, I was actually looking for a job. I got a pretty good grade. I was actually the top 5% of the class in 2010 when I graduated. But I'm very unlucky, that was right after the financial crisis, and I was an international student. I was holding a F1 visa, which I need to look for a job within 3 months of time, and I can only stay for 1 year after that. And that year was nothing, I would say, very comparing to now, during the COVID time, it's quite similar. But just it was like financial crisis since 2008, and the economy is actually really bad, especially for international students. But when I look back right now, that year actually helped me to go through the COVID-19 situation now by building a company. I was thinking I can make money by myself in California. I don't need to ask my parents to pay anything for me. Why I need to have a job? I just need to do something on my own, pay my own bills. And then I just look at that and then, okay, screw all this interview, I'm going to do everything on my own. And then I was very lucky that when I was in community college, I met 2 very good friends that I can believe. We went to the same community college, worked for the same Chinese restaurant as a delivery guy when we were in school. And then by the time that we graduated, we said, okay, let's do some business together. And that's kind of the starting point of my entrepreneurial journey after school. And I've done several projects over the years, and GoGoX actually is the 3rd company that I have built. The first 2, it was okay, but it was a failure. But I think failure kind of groom or incubate success afterward, because you need that failure experience to do something that you don't repeat the mistake. And then after building GoGoX for almost 8 years now, we are a team of like 2,000 people across 6 countries. And in terms of valuation, it's one of the prestige kind of valuated companies, startup here, startup from Hong Kong. All this journey kind of really rewarding to me, and you don't need to tell other people who's your background, and then your background is actually nothing related to what you can achieve in the future. I'm from a low-income family, one way ticket to the States to learn something, and my English at that time was really, really bad. But at the end, I became an entrepreneur and I built a team of 2,000 people. It's everything that I think you guys can share, and at the same time, you can be the next entrepreneur that be very, very successful, no matter where you are from California or the United States or anywhere in the world. The world is actually so interesting right now. We need a lot more new solutions, new problems to be fixed, and the new generation like you guys will be definitely the group of people that can get all these problems to be fixed. And then the last comment that I have, I can share with you guys is being an entrepreneur, or if you want to start something, is just don't wait. Get your hands dirty, keep doing it, and then try to adapt, A/B testing, keep learning along the way. Failing on one of the process or some of the tasks is actually okay. Just being self-motivated, and because I think the world's most important problems like the COVID-19 or global warming, we need people like you guys, students like you guys, to fix in the future. It won't be solved by us like the old dudes from school, like compared to you guys, right? So I hope my little tips will help you guys to start your journey, and by getting into Berkeley or going to college is actually the really, really good first step already. And congratulations so far, and I hope all of you guys have a really, really bright future, and hope to talk to you guys soon.
Once again, if Steven is watching this, thank you so much for the video. I have to say his words again. Do not wait. Take an opportunity to step forward and bring out your ideas to flourish. Steven did not have a competition like this to tell if his idea was good or not, meaning that whether or not you guys win or lose, or do not make it new, you can still succeed and build up a company despite being a community college student, despite being an international student, regardless of the circumstances that you are in. There's always opportunity out there. Entrepreneurship is a mindset, and developing that mindset is where half the battle lies. Many people think that's the idea, or it's getting the money, but in reality, it's whether you challenge yourself to have the ideas and to replicate the strength and ideas of an entrepreneur. If our judges are going to be soon joining us today, or joining us soon, I'm sure they will be joining as an attendee. If any of our judges are inside the attendees list, then I'd hope to pull you into the panelists so that way we can get these started onto the competition. Until then, though, for everyone that is currently in this call, I'm going to go into the rules as I'm describing a little bit, or I'm hoping to go into the rules to tell everyone exactly what the rules are for the competition. And then for the judges, hopefully I can pull you in as I'm doing so. So for the competition, it will be very similar to what the regional round was like. You guys will have 9 minutes to do your presentations. You will receive a warning, 1 minute and 30 seconds within the chat saying that you guys need to stop. I highly, highly recommend that you guys have your phones right next to you to time yourselves to make sure you're pacing yourself. Then, right after that, we will go into the Q&A portion. If you are not done by the time that the 9 minutes are up, I will force mute you, and then you guys will lose 5 points, which can really come down to the wire and be a lot of points. So do not go over that time limit. For the Q&A, as I mentioned, 5 minutes, and it will start as soon as one of the participants starts speaking, and it will not stop until I say that this was the final question, or we can have one last question. You may speak even past the timer. It's just wrap that question up as fast as possible, so that way we can move on to the next team. The first team that will be going up, as I held onto my screen before, is going to be Ace. So when Ace is fully ready and they acknowledge that they have their time, then we can definitely start on that. Let me pull up the screen one more time for you guys so you can see the order. Voila, there you go. So I will not start until all the judges are here, but I just wanted to see how our team is doing. Come on, this is your chance to sway the audience by giving them a little enthusiasm. Any words from any of our participants on the competition?
I would just like to thank everyone for being here. And I mean, we all worked very hard to be here. And so whatever the outcome, I think that we should all be really proud of ourselves for what we have accomplished.
Thank you. And absolutely. My gosh, I never did this when I was in community college. You guys are really impressing me with everything that you've put out so far.
I agree. This has been a very incredible experience. And throughout the rounds, I've learned so many things that I have never had the experience to learn. And it's almost like you don't really get that experience unless you actually do it. And so I'm really grateful for this opportunity.
Also, amazing ideas, you guys. It's some of the things I've never thought about in my life, and I asked myself, if you had it today, I'd probably buy that. Any lasting words before I pull these judges into? I see some unmutes, but you guys gotta step up before I call it. All right, Carlos from A Party. Are you there? Or
Hey, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just want to say that thank you for building this competition because it has been really helpful for me. I'm pretty sure for a lot of people too. It kind of pushes you to follow your dreams or the things that you believe in. So, as Armand mentioned, I think that we're all winners, no matter what happens today. And I want to congratulate all of you guys and thank you for being here. So.
how do we, oh, thank you, Carlos. And how do we unmute ourselves? It seems the unmute or camera buttons are present for me. It's possible that you are one of the panelists. Or you're one of the audience members. So yes, if you are a participant, then please let me know by sending me a chat message. So that way I can pull you into the panelist list. So that way I can support you guys on that. All right then. Our judges will be joining us in 1 minute from now. So attendees, keep on jumping in. Support your college because it's not only just the team that wins at this round, it's also your college that gets represented on our level or on our national level. So support that college, keep on bringing in people because once I start the first person, which will be Ace, there is no more jumping in and having a vote in our audience vote. Let's keep on pulling that number up so we can have that 30 participants, and hopefully you guys will be able to vote on the very best team. Yes, the chat you can definitely use for the support of all our guests. And hopefully that will, hopefully you guys can share that love with all your guys as individuals, because we really, really want to make it special for everybody. All right, I'm seeing some judges jump in here. So let me pull in some of them. If you are one of the judges, can you send me a private message saying that to pull you into a panelist? It will definitely make this process a lot more easier for me while I'm managing all the other stuff that's going on. Perfect. Judge, promote panelists. There you go. And audience, yeah, show some love for the people right now. They're very nervous, I can definitely tell. Nervously confident, I should say. All right, then. So I'm going to be pulling in a lot more of the judges as we're going, but for the judges that are currently in this call, how are you guys doing? Ready to see some business presentations?
Yeah, looking forward to it.
All right, and my co-director, Serena, had just joined this call. So,
Hi, Dylan, I think you disabled me starting video.
oh, what's up?
I cannot open my screen, like
Oh,
my camera.
Can you open your camera now?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Then for the judges and stuff, can you introduce them really quickly for me?
Yeah, of course. Hi, everyone. My name is Serena Cheng. I'm a second year at UC Berkeley. My major is Operations Research and Management Science. So as Dylan said, I'm also a regional director. And today we're fortunately having 7 judges. So can you guys go around and introduce yourself?
Hi, Dylan. I'm not able to share my video. This is Annalisa.
Dylan, you're muted.
Thank you. All the Zoom and technology, definitely different things. But you should be able to share your screen now. As you guys start talking, I'm going to make you guys into co-hosts, so that way you guys can share your guys' camera, since there has been a setting that changed for us in that. So go for it.
All right, Serena, I guess I'll go first. My name is Annalisa Lori. Hi, everybody. I'm dialing in here from Orlando, Florida. I work for the National Association for Community College Entrepreneurship. I have a background in entrepreneurship education. I've run lots of pitch competitions back in New York. So I'm very excited to see what you are all working on today. And I look forward to hearing all the pitches. It's been really, really fun to read all of the executive summaries. So welcome, good luck.
Love to hear it. Thank you. Now, who will be the next judge to go up there as fee? Charles?
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Charles Eason. I'm the statewide director for business and entrepreneurship with the California Community College System. So I work with all 116 community colleges around the state on business entrepreneurship programs, and participate in quite a few different pitch competitions, even down with high school and community college as well. And I also work with the Small Business Development Center as well. So I'm looking forward to hearing all the presentations today.
Awesome. Thanks for being on the call, Charles. All right, who is our next guest to go up?
Great, I'll get started, Dylan.
Perfect.
So I'm Gigi Wong, and I am a industry faculty at the Satarja Center for Entrepreneurship and Technology at UC Berkeley. And my background is I was on the executive team of 7 startups. Some of them made it, some of them didn't, learned a lot from it all. And so now I teach entrepreneurship, and I love hearing from students who have great ideas.
Then you're definitely going to love this competition for sure. Thank you, Gina. Who is our next guest to go up there and speak? Is there anyone that's very shy that I need to call on?
I'll go next if you can
Wonderful.
hear me and see me. I'm Will Rosenzweig. I am the faculty director of the Sustainable Food Initiative at Berkeley Haas. I've been on the faculty at UC Berkeley for about 20 years now, teaching social entrepreneurship and food systems innovation. I've been an entrepreneur myself. About 30 years ago, I started a tea company called the Republic of Tea. And I've been very involved in consumer-driven health and sustainability. I've run several venture capital firms over the last 15 years, the most recent called Physic Ventures. And I'm delighted to be here today and looking forward to the presentations.
Well, I know I needed to talk to you about my own health, and hopefully you can help me out with that and staying strong. Thank you for being here.
You bet.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alex Budak. I'm a lecturer at UC Berkeley's Haas School of Business. I developed and teach a class called Becoming a Changemaker, which helps students learn how to lead positive change from where they are. And before joining Haas, I was a social entrepreneur, and I have a strong passion for helping especially early stage entrepreneurs get started and go from idea to action. So it's truly a privilege to be here with all of you alongside these terrific judges, and I cannot wait to see what you have in store for us. Thanks, everyone.
Amazing to have a professor from Haas judging in this competition. Thank you for being here. Love to have you.
Dylan, I could go next. Stephen Torres here.
Sounds great.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Stephen Torres. I am also an industry fellow and faculty at the Satarja Center of Entrepreneurship and Technology, SCET, at UC Berkeley. I also am the lead faculty for our Berkeley Global programs. I've been a two-time entrepreneur, sold both companies, was CEO for another startup, have been able to scale from 100 million to over $500 million companies, one from 500 to over $1 billion, and one IPO in there as well. I love teaching entrepreneurship, and I really love working with entrepreneurs. I have a private practice where I actually work with founders, high caliber founders, to help them really scale their businesses. So it's a pleasure to be here. I cannot wait to see all of these wonderful businesses after seeing your initial pitches. So thanks for having me.
I can already tell with the wonderful cast of judges, we're going to have a lot of great comments for these teams to get. Thank you guys for being here. Is there any lasting judges, Serena, that I haven't gotten able to talk to?
Hello, everyone. I joined a bit late.
Yeah. You're all good.
Hi. Yeah, very nice to meet you all. I'm Iris Kwan. I'm a professor of entrepreneurship at San Jose State University. I teach entrepreneurship, just like many others here. And I'm also a partner at the TSVC. We are a micro VC firm, and we have about 160 portfolio companies, and Zoom being one of us, our portfolio companies. So we're very excited. And I'm very excited to be here today, and looking forward to hear you all the great pitches.
You have Zoom as a portfolio company?
Yes.
You definitely see that portfolio rising for sure. Definitely right now. Hopefully we'll have another great companies that are like that.
Yeah.
Is there any other judges? I believe we're missing one, Serena.
I think it's Yubo.
Yubo?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I was waiting here. Hello. My name is Yubo. I am the founder of A Decimal Capital and Skylight Investments. I had started investments since 2017. Before that, I am an entrepreneur in China. I had my first business and it was acquired, and I got into the venture capital space, started to invest into early stage students, specifically students companies since 2017. And so far we supported over 40 projects, and a lot of them has been going really well. They raised multiple rounds and then having great products going forward. So I'm super excited to get involved in today's competitions and then give some really good feedback. Thank you.
All right, I believe that was all of our judges, if I got that correct. And we have our judging form for people. Make sure judges only touch that. There's a good way to track you. Do not make me track you guys down for trying to make sure you fill out that form when you're not a judge. So with that being said, also there is one judge that was unable to make it. Darush, or
Yeah, it's also a judge from Berkeley. His name is Darush. Unfortunately, he caught COVID. He just tested positive like 2 days ago. So yeah, unfortunately, he can't make it today. So everyone, please stay safe. And then yeah.
thank you once again, Darush, if you're watching this video, for trying to participate, and all for our wonderful judges. You guys have definitely made this possible. Thank you for staying healthy too. We're very glad to see you guys doing well with very much positive energy. With that being said, I think we're about time to move on to our competitions. So, Ace, do you acknowledge that you will have 3 minutes to set up your presentation?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right then. So I will be starting up this in 1 second. Timer's ready. Judges, are you guys set and ready? Perfect. Then once you share your screen, I will start the timer right when you start speaking. Remember, you'll receive 2 warnings, one at 30-second mark before, and then one at the 1 minute mark before the 9 minutes. All right, then. You may pull up your screen and the timer will start once you start speaking.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elway. I'm from Foothill College. I hope everyone is doing well. Today, I'll be pitching my business, Park and Forget. So electric cars are now California's 2nd largest export, and the $7 billion market is really only going to grow from here. Autonomous cars have recently made their debut on the market in the form of electric vehicles. But why is it that with our recent technology, has saved us the hassle of driving, yet still requires us to complete the tedious task of charging our cars every single day? So a while back, I went to a Tesla showroom. After interviewing over 50 electric car users, one thing became super clear. Charging was annoying and people wanted a solution. Alleviating the annoyance of charging our cars is obviously great, but how many people are actually willing to pay for it? Out of the 50 Tesla users, 98% of them said they would without a doubt purchase our autonomous charger for the price we offer. So some of the major factors that come in play when it comes to consumer psychology is the ease of use of a product. This factor can easily impact how quickly a product propagates into a population. So just imagine any battery-based product that can be continuously charged for years on end without needing any attention from the user. Our product is Park and Forget. In short, it's an autonomous charging system for electric cars. It has 3 components: an elevating platform, inductive charging coil, as well as a magnetic position sensor. The concept of our product reflects the ultimate goal of being able to park and forget. So Park and Forget is brought to life as a robot that is able to detect the vehicle as it parks into the garage. Once the vehicle parks, the robot will detect the battery plate on the bottom of the car, extend its platform, and proceed to charge the vehicle. When the charger elevates, it will stop moving once it makes direct contact with the battery plate, so that electric waves will be transferred to prevent the spread of radiation. Once it's charged, the robot will then return to its designated location. In the case of an apartment complex, occupants can have their cars charged up according to prepaid priority, following the same park and forget concept. We will also have an app so that users can easily track their charging status on the go. So earlier you may have caught a glimpse of our patent pending caption. We do have a patent currently pending. This is just the title and application number. So getting into our revenue stream, our revenue will be made off of licensing fees and royalties. Manufacturers can choose to sell by unit or as an add-on to consumers' vehicles. And instead of selling directly through us, we will be selling through existing EV manufacturers. There will also be a nominal charge for the user app, which will serve as a recurring revenue stream. So our growth strategies. We will first target suburban cities where homeowners are more likely to have garages. We'll also work with local governments to provide tax break incentives, which will increase our sales as well as increase the ownership of EVs. We'll also expand to apartment complexes and malls. And lastly, we'll also work with existing charging companies or public charging companies such as ChargePoint and Electrify America. So as I mentioned before, the EV market is growing at an extremely rapid pace and it's already huge today. And ID Tech X forecasts the global EV charging infrastructure market to be worth $40 billion by the year 2030. So our target market will be the 1.12 million cars, which is 1/3 of the high-end EVs sold in a year. Although we state that we target high-end EVs, those with lower means or the younger generation like me will likely be purchasing more affordable electric cars. And most of the time, these cars offer less range than high-end models. Lower range equals the need for more charging, so this product really works for them as well. So I'm gonna define our customer segment with 3 key individuals. First, we have Elon. This is a typical Silicon Valley guy or any well-off user with maybe a disposable income. They love to try new products on the market and have a high readiness to buy rate. Cheryl, on the other hand, enjoys convenience and seeks value. She's a user that will really need more marketing and persuasion, so I put her in the moderate to high range. Lastly, we have Jeff. Jeff is your typical 9-to-5 busy, forgetful kind of guy. His readiness to buy is high as he is the type of person that absolutely needs our product. So doing the simple competitor analysis, there have been several prototypes that have surfaced, but none are actually on the market. Given the confidentiality behind these products, which I'm sure many of them are in development right now as I speak, there really isn't enough data to create a detailed qualitative analysis. Despite that, many mockups have been released, and most of them are extremely bulky in size and do not seem to be affordable for home users. Our key challenge and area of opportunity is that Park and Forget is not compatible with existing vehicles. So diving into the numbers, it takes around $300 to manufacture a product, and while companies like Tesla price their manual chargers at around $600, we will price our autonomous chargers at around $1,800, which will set, $1,800, which will set us at an 83.3% margin. As I mentioned, the majority of our revenue comes in from our 5% royalty fee as well as our $1 million licensing fee. So doing the simple calculations, we will bring in $2 million in year 1 off licensing fees from 2 manufacturers and $5.6 million in year 2 off licensing fees and royalties. We also asked for $1 million in our first round of funding. So a year from our seed fund, we will have 3 key deliverables. The first one will be a fully functional prototype that includes hardware as well as software, a modified EV prototype compatible with Park and Forget, as well as partnerships with EV manufacturers. So our COVID response. It's more important than ever in today's day and age to have products that align with COVID-friendly lifestyles. With the pandemic, contactless solutions to really anything is ideal. And our product is quite literally the contactless autonomous solution for charging. So I have a quick concept video that I'd like to show you guys.
When your dreams come alive, you're unstoppable. Take a shot, chase the sun, find the beautiful. We will go in the dark, turning dust to gold, and we'll dream impossible. Possible.
So I hope that video shows a little bit or I guess proves or shows a little bit of our product clearly. So I have a team. This is my team. It's just me. I'm a freshman at Foothill College, but I've also had the incredible experience of working with some really, really great advisors. One of them is Wen Shea, a general partner at Kleiner Perkins, who also happens to be an investor at ChargePoint. So he's given me some really good insight on the EV charging infrastructure. So it's clear that electric vehicle adoption has surpassed the growth of charging infrastructure. Park and Forget really has the capability to alter an individual's lifestyle and incentivize more consumers to purchase electric cars. Going green isn't just a market trend, but an effort our planet really needs today. So stand up, Park and Forget, the complete autonomous solution. That's all I have for today. I'd love to answer any questions.
Wonderfully done. That's a great way to start off our first presentation. And now for our judges, if you guys would like to ask any questions, and I will start the timer as soon as Wei starts speaking.
This is
oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, it's Charles Eason. I just had a question on do the cars have to be modified to work with this inductive charging? I know like certain cell phones only work for inductive charging. Is it the same thing with the cars themselves?
Yes. So that's basically our key challenge is that current models do not work with our charger. And like I said, we're not creating or we're not manufacturing our own cars. We're going to be working with already existing EV companies. So yeah, that would require them to have to modify their models.
Thank you.
Could you talk a little bit more? Oh, I'm sorry. Could you talk a little bit more about the capital requirements of the company beyond the $1 million seed round that you need?
Yeah, so for right now, we don't actually have all of our, or we don't actually know how much money we're gonna need in the future. Right now, we just know that we need our $1 million for seed round funding. If you see, it's really small, but if you see the graph to the middle, you'll see that these are basically our requirements for the first year and where all the money is going.
I have a question about your team. Is on your team right now, you've listed just yourself and a bunch of advisors. So what you're doing is really big and it's awesome. And besides advisors, like who developed the technology? Who submitted the patents and stuff like that? Was it all done by you?
Yeah, so actually, I've been working on this project for around 2 years now. The hardware and software, a lot of it was, so I worked with a patenting firm that specialized in technology. So a lot of the hardware and software, it was just me working with them to file the patent. But so far, it's just me on the team.
Great. Elle, I think a real big next step for you is to recruit a team to work with you in addition to advisors.
Yeah, I totally agree. Thank you.
Hi, hello. So I guess what are some of the next plans that you'll have after the fundraising? How would you build a product and how would you find the product market fit and then launch in the future?
I'm really sorry. Could you repeat the last part?
Yes. So what are some of the strategies that you have for the product market fit and what are some of the plans that you have to manufacture the product into the market?
Yeah, that's a good question. So right now we haven't started developing our product yet. We're still just prototyping and trying to make some progress on that. Our plans are to basically work with existing manufacturers. We're not only going to need our product or our charging system, but we will also need a modified EV model. So that will be the main challenge. In the future, our first steps will be to develop our prototype as well as the modified model. And after that, we'll just start targeting companies like Tesla and Nissan, Toyota, Audi, and working with them so that we can bring it to the market through them. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that answered the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Ace. Steven Torres here. First, let me commend you. I think this is really a phenomenal idea. As someone who's actually looked into this space before, you essentially, it's like a Roomba for your
Yeah.
EV, right? It's going to go out and do everything. I think some of the challenges that have already been brought up, right, is that how do you make it universal for all cars? Because right now they don't even have the same adapters, right? So you got to figure that problem out. I think one of the other question to me that's really interesting is how does this scale beyond, individual stations in the home, right? When I look at the actual EV market, I think this is going to be huge. It's something that's it's not coming back in the garage, right? It's out there. But these charging stations in the home are great, but how do you get them out there in other ways and in other realms? I think that's really interesting. But I think the technical piece of being able to do the inductive charging across all vehicles, that's certainly a technical thing. And I think to Gigi's point, this is where that team is really going to come in. But I commend you because I think this is something that eventually we're going to need some way to charge all these cars as they're out there in our infrastructure. So really fun to see.
Thank you. Well, yeah, exactly. That's definitely going to be a challenge. Like I said, we're mainly targeting home use, so like garage use first, but we'll definitely want to expand to, apartments, malls, as well as like partnering with existing public charging companies. And I think
Right.
that's a huge market to really dive in, but it'll definitely be a challenge.
I would say that the thing also is you have to realize, like most of the home chargers right now, it requires an electrician to come out and rewire in your wall.
Yeah.
I think what's going to be really interesting is if you actually do make it like the Roomba, right? Where essentially it's a regular 120 volt plug-in, because that solves a really big problem of having the contractors come out, put in the charging station, rewire things when necessary. So that's why I think it's kind of novel.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, that will be it for our questions Q&A section. Thank you, Ace. Wonderful presentation. Great way to start this off.
Thank you.
So I will share up my screen for you guys. Focal stream, you will be the next team to go on forward. Do you acknowledge that you'll have 3 minutes to pull up your presentation, camera, and get yourself fully set and ready?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Yes, I do.
Perfect. All right. Okay, then in this time, the judges will be able to fill out their Q&As, or well, not their Q&As, their questions and the comments that they have for all the presentation that just presented. So in this 3 minutes, you guys will be able to have that time as she's pulling up her presentation. And focus stream, do not go until the judges are all set and ready with what their comments are and putting down the rubrics.
No problem.
Can you turn on your camera, please?
I'm using my iPad, so it only works when I go back.
Or yeah, that would be preferable.
Can you guys see me now?
Yes, we can see you now.
Okay. But then when I go back to my presentation, it takes off the camera.
Is there any
you guys still
possible
see
way
me?
that you can get yourself on here by jumping on your phone and recording yourself and then having that presentation open?
Yeah, I have it on my phone as well. So wait, I don't know how that would work. I don't have access.
Because I will have to dock you 5 points for not showing your camera, which will have to just occur because it's only fair for those who can't turn on their camera.
Okay, yeah, I'll only have to do it this way. Because I don't have access to a computer. Well, it'll be able to show my face.
And your phone is not available, so you can jump onto the Zoom on your phone and record yourself that way.
Let's see.
You still have some time left.
Okay.
So what I recommend is you just use your phone to Zoom yourself, mute yourself, and quiet down one of the other things that you're showing.
Okay, let me see.
if worst case comes to worst, then I will have to dock you the 5 points, but hopefully that won't discourage you from delivering a great presentation regardless.
Okay, I'm trying to log on through my phone. Give me 1 second.
Of course. And judges, how are we looking?
Looking good. I can see the presentation.
That's always good to hear.
I'm just trying to log on through my phone right now.
Okay. We'll still have plenty of time left in order to do that, but I will hurry. We're running down on time to get this all set. If it doesn't work, we'll just roll what we got.
All right.
Sounds good.
Okay, so I'm being connected to the Zoom through my phone.
What is your name on the call?
It should be the same. So Focal Stream.
I do not have you on here. Oh. There you go. Yeah. Ooh. Is there still feedback? Yeah, there's still feedback. All right, we'll have to roll with the punches, and you can just present as you normally would. I'm gonna remove your phone. And then we can continue on. Oh. And don't start without unmuting yourself. Okay. All right, we'll just have to roll with the punch on that. Okay?
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes, you're all right.
All right. Okay.
Timer will start when you start speaking.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Angelica Alcantar, and I am the founder of Focal Stream, which is a live streaming platform primarily targeted for virtual house tours integrated with augmented reality features. So I came up with the idea of Focal Stream during the pandemic. I was on my way to acquiring my real estate license, and I began to wonder who my potential first clients would be, how monumental it would be to sell someone their first home. And then the pandemic hit, and in-person human connection changed to communicating through technological platforms. I began to notice a disconnect in the real estate market, but most importantly, I began to see how virtual house tours were being conducted, which was primarily through empty houses. I began to empathize with potential home buyers, and that's how I came up with the solution of Focal Stream. So Focal Stream is going to allow customers to customize their future homes live and in real time during their live stream. And as we are adapting to a newer lifestyle, there are many people moving out of their home states or back into their home states. In addition, they are looking for houses with additional rooms to convert them into gyms and also home offices. So it is essential now more than ever to be able to have clear accuracy of how your future home is going to look like. Also, Focal Stream is going to strengthen agent and buyer relationships as they bond over the likes and dislikes of their furniture, and also be able to have a clear and concise visualization of how their future home and rooms will look like once converted. So how does Focal Stream work? Focal Stream will work with the agent and the buyer will connect their application. The agent will be primarily the one who will use our application. So they will send the buyer a special code to connect to the live stream. They will use our geolocation feature to find the house on the market that they would like a tour of, and the house tour will proceed as normal. However, the only difference is the agent and the user will be able to browse through a wide variety of websites and integrate those products into the live stream. And it would also be important to note that Focal Stream will have clear measurements of the product and also the space being shown. We will also offer a freemium and a one-time usage model, as well as our premium option, which is primarily targeted to real estate agents. Also, a special pricing for brokerages so that they can save on costs as well. And how we will monetize is we will offer free trial offerings to real estate agents who have established a well-known social media presence, as well as real estate agents in various brokerages. So that way we can scale into our partnerships with brokerages. In addition, we would like to acquire partnerships with house decor and furniture companies through partnership programs and referrals. And last but not least, we would like to acquire our clients into lifelong premium clients. And here's our market opportunity. The real estate market is significantly huge. There are currently 2 million real estate agents on the market, and that number is constantly growing as more and more people are acquiring their real estate license. Also, potential home buyers as well. Currently, there are 5.2 million houses being sold, and that number is continuously increasing as interest rates are still low. Also, the house decor and furnishing market size is also significantly big. We hope to acquire partnerships with businesses who have brick and mortar locations, but who have also established a well-known e-commerce presence as well for our application. So any live streaming platform is our competitor really. However, our two biggest competitors on the market is iStaging and Matterport. However, what differentiates us from our competition is our usage of LiDAR technology, which enhances augmented reality features and also allows us to not use any additional equipment. Also, FocalStream will be among the few applications to combine live stream with augmented reality. Also, our 24/7 business customer service acumen as well. This is very essential to have as we first start rolling out our application. So I've already spoken about how we are going to acquire and retain our customer. I do want to touch on our application enhancement. As 5G and augmented reality hit the market, it is very critical to constantly keep up with innovations and also market demands and implement those as soon as possible. So here are our financial projections. We do want to invest heavily in our app developers as they will be the ones who will bring FocalStream to life. In addition to our 24/7 customer service business acumen and also our product development as we are going to consistently enhance our application. As of now, I'm the only co-founder of the team, but as we bring FocalStream to market, I am going to hire a lead app developer, a co-founder, and a chief financial officer, and then scale as we head into bigger markets year after year. So many of you are asking why FocalStream. So FocalStream will be an essential tool even after the pandemic, as real estate agents spend about $2,000 to $5,000 on staging costs, and usually those costs come out of their own pockets. In addition, 5G technology and augmented reality are going to revolutionize the way we use our applications today. And also, the real estate market is a significantly large market size, and I am confident that real estate agents are waiting for an application like FocalStream. So that conducts my presentation, and I'm open to any of your questions, and thank you so much.
Oh, very unexpected. You've ended very on time, but hey, by all means, thank you.
Thank you.
All right then, our judges, you guys may ask your questions as normal.
Thanks for that really interesting concept and nice presentation. A question for you. You talked a lot about the 24/7 customer support. So can you tell me a little bit more about why you think that's so important and also how you would build out the team and what role they would play?
Sure. Thank you so much for that question. What I noticed upon doing my research about Matterport and iStaging, I noticed that there was a lot of customers who would give them 1-star reviews, or there was glitches that were not being resolved. So with an application such as FocalStream or like the Matterports and iStaging, it's really critical to kind of listen to customer suggestions and inquiries and implement them as soon as possible, especially since real estate agents are utilizing this application for sales to kind of convert their customer into buying a home. So I would hire a customer service representative to either have a chat or a phone number so that customers can call and have their issues handled as soon as possible.
So let me follow by another question here. Thank you very much. And
thank you.
So I like to see that, you're really catching a great opportunity during the pandemic. This is much needed. And that's the really good part. And then on the other hand, that means you got competitions, right? So it's not just only one here, and there are a bunch of them. So you mentioned that you are going to differentiate through, using LiDAR technology. Do you have the technology, or are you who in your team, or do you have a team, backing you with the technology? Now, why do you choose LiDAR technology, and how others are not using such technologies? So if you can elaborate a little bit. more here?
Yeah, of course. So I don't have a team as of yet, but I am in the talks of trying to find a lead app developer to kind of build a prototype. And I know that LiDAR technology is just entering the market, so still significantly new. So that's why it's important to kind of scale right now. And the reason I chose LiDAR technology is because I noticed that Matterport or iStaging, they were using equipment and additional cameras to enhance their features, their augmented reality features. And I want Focus Room to be more seamless and just, a one-stop, you download the app and it's already there. So that's why I decided to use the LiDAR, because it enhances the 3D world around you. And it also, brings forth the augmented reality in a special way.
Yeah, LiDAR technology is commonly used in the autonomous driving field. And then, I think, it'd be great, if you could do a bit more research in that area and see, whether it really fits your product.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for your suggestions. Thank you.
Hi, hello.
Hi.
I think this is definitely a really good opportunity given the pandemic and people staying at home. So providing this augmented reality solutions can be really, really awesome to real estate agents. So I just want to clarify on specifically how the agent's going to use your product and how can your product help real estate agents to increase their sales, and what are some examples of the use case that you can elaborate on?
Yeah, of course. Thank you for your question. So especially now, even after the pandemic, and if house tours will still be conducted in person, there are still people who are adapting to a different lifestyle. There are people moving out of the state or back into the state, so they can't be in the state to see the house. So Focus Room will really help of not physically being able to be there. I also did talk to various real estate agents in Keller Williams, and they told me that if the people were to even still go in the house for an in-person tour, there's still like immense cleaning that has to be done, and also disclosures that have to be signed. So it's just still really inconvenient at this time, especially with the cases still surging. So what Focus Room will do is it will allow the the client to still have that rapport, still feel like a customer, and they'll be able to enhance their the house and see how this would fit. Also with the in-home gyms and home offices, it's critical to have accurate measurements of what is going to fit where, what room can be used for what, and that's how Focus Room will solve that problem, and also scale with having potentially buying your future home, because you can clearly see how each room is going to be converted.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to follow up here because I have been seeing some of the companies provide 360 degrees camera,
right.
And then they provide essentially virtual reality tours for the users. And
right.
So how does the augmented reality improve on the existing solution?
Yeah, with the 360, I noticed that a lot when I was doing my research. A lot of agents were using 360 views. For me, what the 360 view does is that it just makes the product look bigger, or of course, with the virtual reality. For me, I was still seeing it was just an empty home, and I was wondering, how are clients visualizing themselves in an empty house? Wouldn't it be better if they use that augmented reality from like a couch from Wayfair, and they're implementing it there, or an L-shaped desk for their home office, and they have the proper measurements to do that? So I feel like it's just like a little bit of a step further to kind of reestablish that rapport, but also give that client that home feel so they can see how their home will look like.
If we have
I would
time
actually. Oh,
to
sorry.
ask
Go
one
ahead,
more
Dylan.
question. I believe we have time to ask one short question.
Can I
Annalisa,
just
go
say
ahead.
one question? Okay, thank you, Steve. Angela, I just want to say that I think you did a really good job, and I'm always advocating for women entrepreneurs in tech. And this is a really big project, but I think you clearly have done your research, so I want to commend you on that. And I think in terms of priorities too, really finding a partner of an app developer and somebody as like a CTO that's going to really build this out with you and storyboard the whole idea. I think that should really be your first priority to get your prototype rolling as soon as possible. And my only quick question would be is how quickly you think you could launch it?
Yeah, so I think it's just about networking. So I've been networking with different app developers as well. So as soon as I can find that person, once the prototype is made, I think that's when I could launch it, start the marketing. Since I am getting my real estate license, I feel like that'll be another easy entryway to kind of scaling the business further as well. So it's kind of combining both worlds into one in a more faster process. So hopefully within a year, though, just to give you like an accurate time frame. Yeah. Thank you.
All right then. Thank you very much, Focus Room, for your presentation. Now, next up to the stage, I'd like to ask if Salvo Systems, you guys acknowledge that you will have 3 minutes to fully set yourselves up. Salvo Systems, are you currently here?
Yes.
All right, your 3 minutes start now. Do not start until the judges are all set as well, but pull up your presentation. All right. Interesting presentations from all of our participants. Everyone's doing really well. And my gosh, you guys put this together in a couple of months. I'm impressed with the bare minimum amount of time that you guys had to work with to develop some great ideas. Until I get to go from all of our judges, we're going to hold off just a little longer. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Annalise. Thank you, Charles. Alex, thank you. Ooh, perfect. It seems like most of our judges are all set and ready. All right, then.
Still waiting on people.
Oh, wait, we're waiting for one more? Okay, thank you for...
Oh, okay. Everything's in.
Perfect. All right, guys. Then, Salvo Systems, you may start presenting, and once you start speaking, the timer will start with you.
Hi, my name is Nat Patel, and I'm a business major.
Hi, my name is Monica Franco, and I'm a business major.
We're actually here to pitch for the Salvo Systems team because they weren't able to make it due to religious observances. This is our team: Leal, Gila, Nate, and Rachel. Now, without further ado, let us begin. 703 million. That's the number of people aged 65 plus in the world. And by 2050, that number is set to increase by 10%, making it almost 2 billion. There's clearly an unprecedented growth in the percentage of the aging population throughout the world. In the US alone, 9 out of 10 Americans aged 65 plus want to stay home as long as possible, henceforth creating a problem in the act of the home care industry. Family members who simply don't have the time and energy to take care of their elderly loved one hire a caregiver to assist the elder with their daily living activities. The risk that comes with that is a potential abuse from the unfamiliar caregiver to the elderly, because at the end of the day, you truly don't know who this person is that you're giving all this trust and responsibility to. This puts family members at a constant worry for their loved ones, thereby having to manually check up on them very often, either in person or through their pre-existing cameras. This is very time-consuming and puts you in a state of paranoia. In fact, only 1 in 24 elder abuse cases are actually reported, showing us that vulnerable individuals can't really vouch for themselves. Enter Salvo Systems. We remedy this problem by having a wireless device with advanced technology that detects abuse from all paid caregivers in the healthcare industry. By leveraging machine learning, both consumers and businesses immediately receive an alert to whoever necessary when abuse is detected. This eases the worry for our consumers that cases of abuse never go unreported and businesses are no longer put in jeopardy by their employees. Our value proposition model is made of customer segments, gains, pains, and what they're trying to get done. We then show how our company creates value to our customers by having gain creators, pain relievers, and products and services to correspond with each customer segment. After conducting a good amount of market research, we've created a detailed customer profile. Consumers are seeking remedies for their loved ones' safety and care with easy to use and reliable technology without spending a fortune. Ultimately, consumers want to be able to have the peace of mind without taking too much time out of their day. Salvo Systems is their saving grace. Our company provides great value to our consumers in a plethora of ways. This device guarantees cases of abuse get reported with this software, and it specifically detects abuse behavior and offers convenience through alerts and easy access to emergency contact or law enforcement, all at a super low cost, and this is very user-friendly. Our biggest competitor is a company called Cherry Labs, who caters to the elderly by using a software that constantly monitors their day-to-day activity. AI Safe also tracks their daily events, but neither company uses our unique AI software that specifically detects abuse or harm. In addition, both Cherry Labs and AI Safe are very costly and don't have the easy installation that we do. Our device offers great value to the consumers compared to other competitors because it's not only as easy as putting the device on a desk, but we also are the only one that offer abuse detection. If you look at the top right, this is what our prototype would look like. First, the consumer or business buys our product with a wireless camera that is plugged into an outlet and has backup batteries in case of a power outage. Then they download our app, which will allow the user to access recordings and the live stream footage. And when abuse is detected from the app, an alert is sent to the consumer or business, and they confirm or deny the reported activity with a thumbs up or thumbs down. Our user interface will look something like this. While our base model consists of 12-second recordings with a 12-hour expiration, our premium model includes downloadable 10-minute recordings with a 30-day history. Our potential revenue streams are transaction-based, with each sale from our website or from our distribution partnerships, and recurring-based with a $24.99 monthly premium fee. B2B purchases would buy in bulk, while consumers buy per unit. Individual units are $299.99, with the bundle packages available for both businesses and consumers. And then we have our target audience. We'll use a two-pronged approach with both B2B and B2C market audiences. We'll target nursing homes and assisted living residences, as well as concerned family members who use paid help and previously mentioned distribution partnerships. The technology is made up of both hardware and software. The hardware includes a panoramic camera for a 360-degree view of the room. The microphone works with the sensors and camera to detect harmful activity. The device's software is artificial intelligence, specifically machine learning, to collect data, find patterns, and apply it. During R&D, the device will be taught basic abuse detection algorithms, and once the consumer buys it and begins to use it, it becomes more specific to them. This occurs because the device is constantly listening, recording, and watching to collect more data to feed back into itself for constant learning and better precision. Examples of data that is fed and collected is anything that could be digitally stored, such as recording, photos, videos, and new patterns. We would market our product by using pay-per-click ads, social media, SEO, billboards, and even doctor's offices, because we believe that families visiting places with an elderly loved one are more susceptible to noticing our product. We used a bottoms-up analysis to acquire a total addressable to help ignite our top-down analysis. Using both our B2C and B2B markets, we concluded with a whopping $102.7 billion. We then took our 13.9 million people that used the HCA OA reported, combined with the B2B and B2C markets in the US alone, and concluded with a serviceable addressable of 23.7 billion. We then chose to be super conservative and take a mere 10% from our B2C market and cut the B2B market in half, concluding with the $2.48 billion market. Our financial model is highly intricate, so in the interest of time, I just want to go through our assumptions. In our first year, we sold 1,000 units, but that's split up between B2C and B2B sales, and I'll go through that in a second. Our price per device is $299.99 plus a fixed cost of $24.99 per month. For our premium model, which is about $300 a year and is paid per purchase, not per device, and that's really important. Now, since we have a fixed cost per purchase, we really need to input how many purchases we have per year, hence the 120. We have to now match the number of units sold with the number of purchases per year because our B2C market buys 4 a pop, while our assisted living residences buy our bulk packages of 20 and nursing homes buy 40, which we calculated based on average rooms per facility. This means that we have 3 different calculations. So in 1 year, we pulled in 100 direct customers, 10 assisted living residences, and 10 nursing homes. If you do the math, that equals to 1,000 units sold with 120 purchases per year. Our net revenue then is our units sold times price per unit plus our fixed cost per purchase times how many purchases per year. And the same calculations go for year 2 and 3 with a slight increase of sales, as you can see. Buying from our website will include beneficial incentives such as a 1-month free trial for recording access, as well as buying a bundle package where consumers can purchase 3 devices and get 1 half off, and businesses can purchase 20 devices in bulk and get 5 for free. To keep our customers happy, we would offer 24/7 customer service, surveys, check-in emails, a return policy, and a 3-year warranty. Furthermore, to kickstart a product innovation, we'd immediately implement a microphone intercom. Other strategies would include fall detection, software updates, and a wearable device that uses a heart rate sensor connected to the camera and microphones to better calculate potential abuse. To scale our business, we would increase the target market to other vulnerable individuals unrestricted by age, such as those with Down syndrome or autism. In addition, we would also license the software to go international and be one of the biggest breakthroughs for the future of our company would actually be to predict abuse before it happens. COVID-19 specifically targets those with lower immune systems, especially the elderly. As a result, family members are not able to visit their loved ones as often, and the elderly stay home more. Salvo Systems eliminates any fear or worry because families know they can rely on our AI software to not only send alerts, but also be their eyes and ears through the intercom and live stream. We believe that COVID-19 will serve as a launchpad for us, as there will be a higher demand for this product during a time of social distancing. When people start to leave their home again and after COVID-19 is eradicated, Salvo Systems would have built substantial brand recognition. To conclude, at Salvo Systems, we strive to ease the consumer's worry by ensuring the elder's safety, done simply with their clear-cut technology and user-friendly app. So, judges, who's ready to take the first leap forward and make safety simple? Thank you.
Well done. Thank you for participating on behalf of the team. However, judges, do not hold back. We'll move on to those Q&A questions. We'll get started as we normally do.
Charles, I'm interested in the AI aspect of it, and particularly how you mentioned that you might be able to anticipate abuse. So what do you envision would be like an alert going out to, the family members or something? Would there be something that says you need to check in with them, or just visualize things? How do you anticipate that working when you're using AI to anticipate potential problems?
There were actually some researchers that we were reading about how people can predict seizures before they actually happen, and it was a very interesting study. And this is something that is not fully developed yet, but it's something that scientists are currently working on. They really do believe it can happen, and we strongly believe in machine learning algorithms and the AI software. Just one of my last ventures personally was we use machine learning algorithms to make short-term price predictions that take advantage of digital assets. So, the machine learning algorithms are able to analyze the entire landscape of the market, or in this case, of what is going on in these residences or in these nursing homes, and take a number of variables into account and kind of feed into itself to teach itself what are some of these potential abusive behaviors, and how can we pick up on these things and kind of predict when something is going to happen. And obviously that would be a very big breakthrough. That's something that we're really focusing in on.
Can you talk a little bit about how you imagine potential privacy concerns, trust issues, and maybe even the unintended consequences of bringing technology into a sensitive caregiving environment?
We believe that when it comes to privacy issues, it really just who is in that room is really who is at concern. And I believe that if it's a loved one or a family member, I don't think that they would be they would object to an environment in which that they're being watched by another family member that they trust. If it's a son, or if that's my mom, or if that's my grandma, and I want to check in on her, I think that I'm not sure if that's something that they would object to. I think that's family usually trust each other.
Did you do any testing on that? I'm curious because, one flip side is you can see this as spy on grandma. And like, I don't know. I certainly haven't done any testing myself, but spy on grandma or grandpa, I don't know how that plays very well.
We haven't done too much testing, but we strongly do believe that, and I've seen firsthand account, this is kind of what launched the idea as a whole. Same thing with the team. It was, while you're away, while you're somewhere else, your nanny or your caretaker is not treating your loved ones carefully. I think Leal, one of the team members, he was actually sharing with us that he personally saw one of his grandma actually get shoved into a car by a caretaker, and that was really hard to watch and see.
Right. I'm not disputing that. I totally get it. And I think it's an important thing to actually be cognizant of. what I'm saying is I think you're going to have to do some testing to how you actually use this, because you have a precedent, right? There used to be this little button thing that I've fallen and I can't get up, which essentially was a CB. It was a radio. So it's not that it's a bad thing. I think one of the things that I was curious about is if you had done any testing to see how you could position that, because, at the end of the day, it could come across as spy on grandma or grandpa in the nursing home, and you're going to get a lot of resistance. But there may be other ways or other things that you can do to go over that. And I was just curious if you had done any research into that yet. It sounds like you're still early on, and you still may. I'm not saying that, but I would certainly be curious how you could position that. And Elise, I think, has a question too.
Thanks, Steve. And just to follow up, I mean, as someone who has a toddler and also has her father living with us with a chronic illness, and advocating for people, I think, is really important. So I think to Stephen's point, like finding a way to prototype this and maybe get the buy-in of the caregiver. I have had caregivers come to my house and, trust issues. So it sounds like you're kind of combining Alexa with a nanny cam. Does that have to be applied in every single room? I just had a hard time kind of figuring out the logistics. I don't know if you could, I know we're running short on time, but maybe you could kind of clarify how that would play out when you do have a prototype to execute.
Yeah, I think that, really good points were brought up here. I think that with privacy, that could be a concern, and we definitely want to try to brand this in a way or market this in a way that would actually not be an issue and be very safe to actually market. We definitely don't want the spy on anyone concern. But in terms of, how it would be positioned, we were envisioning that within these nursing homes or living residences, assisted living residences, there's usually a given room in which, your loved one is being taken care of, and kind of placed there would be essentially what it is. It's also another factor that I do want to put out there is that it's motion detected. So it's usually, it won't be detected by the cameras and the microphone are motion detected. So it would actually turn on as somebody walks through, and it wouldn't be like a spy camera unless there's motion. So that would hopefully be the caregiver.
All right. Thank you, Salvo Systems. Thank you for asking all those questions, judges, once again. And thank you, Neville and Monica, for appearing here on behalf of Salvo Systems. I know those questions are rough, but you guys, commend you for making it through. Now, for our next team that will be needing to set up and present. I know we're pushing this through really quickly. The Helopods, or Heliopods. Did I get it right that time?
Yes.
Yes. Heliopods.
I know I messed up that the very first time I hosted you guys' competition, so I didn't want to mess it up again.
Thank you.
All right. Do you guys acknowledge that you'll have 3 minutes to set up your presentation and get fully set and ready?
You do.
All right, then. You may pull up your screen and just wait till the judges are all set and ready as well.
And then before we start, I would like to make sure, can you hear my voice properly and is the volume okay?
Yes, the volume is correct, good, and your voice is all right. Perfect.
Thank you.
Got 4 judges, all set and ready. 5. Oh wait, no, 4 still. A lot of enthusiasm in the chat. I love that, guys. Oh, and you can pull up your presentation now. Oh, you got it.
Can you guys see it okay?
Yes, that's all good. All right. Set 5 judges, 6 judges. Serena, how are we looking?
Oh, we're missing one.
Just one? Okay.
Oh,
Perfect.
okay.
Oh,
Everyone's
it's done. All right. Take a deep breath, cleanse your spirit, and then I will have the timer start the moment that you guys start speaking. Best of luck to you guys.
Awesome, thank you.
Really, are you ready?
Yep, whenever you are.
Welcome to our presentation on the product Heliopods, a product that can protect yourself and the earth anytime, anywhere. My name is Apoorva Gunti. I am a bioengineering major and a second year at IBC.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Rayner. I'm a business major and I am also a second year IBC student.
Applying sunscreen is necessary to protect us from the sun, but doing so can be inconvenient and damage the environment. The majority of sunscreen products are packaged in plastic bottles, which are disposed of and contribute to growing plastic pollution, as well as produce an uneven distribution of sunscreen on the skin. Carrying around bottles of sunscreen can be inconvenient for consumers and may contribute to the 39% of Americans that rarely or never use sunscreen. This can lead to sunburns, which hurt, and even worse, skin cancer. Moreover, having 5 or more sunburns increases the risk of getting melanoma. Heliopods combat these issues. Heliopods are packaging for sunscreen, which is made of sodium alginate, a food product derived from brown algae or seaweed, and acts as a thickening and gelling agent that forms a heat-stable compound in the presence of calcium. To use the heliopod, place a pod on a body part of your choosing, such as a forearm, then apply pressure to break the sodium alginate membrane. After the membrane breaks and the sunscreen is exposed, rub the sunscreen onto the body part, which will also disintegrate the membrane, therefore leaving nothing else but the sunscreen behind. The membrane uses only broken through friction and not heat, and can sustain breakage at higher concentrations of alginates due to the increased efficiency of immobilization, as stated in the source notated at the bottom. This graphic shows the size of the heliopod container, as well as how big each individual heliopod is. They are vegan and reef safe, and each container has around 24 units. The typical plastic dispensers used for sunscreen that contribute to the growing plastic pollution issue are completely phased out. The messy nature of dispensers are bypassed by heliopods due to localized application of sunscreen, which is convenient, unlike typical aerosol cans and dispenser bottles. The convenience of the heliopod can promote the use of sunscreen, avoiding burns and preventing skin cancer.
For our competition, we chose to look at factors such as convenience and price. So in this upper left corner, we have products that give you the convenience, but are also more expensive, like the Sunbum sunscreen sticks. And then in the other opposite corner, we have those traditional liquid sunscreens that come in plastic bottles, like the Banana Boat and Copper Tone, that are less expensive, but also less convenient. So Heliopods is going to give you that convenience factor while still remaining at a competitive price point. Retail sales are going to account for the majority of our income at about a $9.25 price point per unit. And we're looking at starting into smaller local stores like Mother's Market, and then going into bigger businesses like Whole Foods, Walmart, and then even into Amazon. Our process for manufacturing is patentable, so we could look at licensing agreements with already established companies like Banana Boat and Sunbum, as well as looking into branding opportunities with colleges, sports teams, and even Disney branding for kids. With our target market, we did find a survey for those likely to use sunscreen, with about 38% saying that they already use it all or most of the time. So we decided that would make up our target market. And we also looked at the age breakdown of the United States population, with the largest group being that 35 to 54-year-olds, which is about 36% of the population. Looking into that same age group, 55% agreed that they would spend more money for eco-friendly products, which is the category that heliopods would fall under, as well as will target individuals that spend a lot of time outside on the go. They want something easy and convenient to use while still being able to protect the environment that they spend so much time in. With our target market, we can see that 38% again, which is going to make up our serviceable addressable at about 108.9 million people. And then we did compensate for brand loyalty, assuming that we could recapture about 50% of the 82% we would have lost, which brings our serviceable obtainable to about 64.2 million people. And at our $9.25 price point, that brings us to a $594.4 million target or market opportunity.
For customer acquisition, we offer samples of our product at our events, such as the US Open Surf Championship in Huntington Beach, one of our largest local beaches in Southern California. We will also work with prominent social media figures in order to market our product to a greater demographic. Lastly, we will collaborate with organizations that deal with the awareness of sun-related diseases and conditions, such as skin cancer. To retain our customers, we can look at licensing agreements, which would allow us to retain a greater amount of customers we lost due to brand loyalty, as well as work with retailers to promote our product. In terms of product development, we can specialize in sunscreen, such as making specific heliopods for the face and for babies, as well as branding.
Really quickly, we just wanted to show what we've already started to do for the process of acquisition and getting our brand out there. So we do have a website mock-up with some special heliopods, as well as what would be the pages for our brand specific collections. So we have like a Disney pack up top with a Mickey branding, and then below the College Pride. And then we also have our Instagram page, which is up and running, that we'll use to connect with the about 77.5% of our target market that's active on social media. And then just going into our financials, we do have the price for our product, which can be seen in that upper right corner. We are going with a 6 ounce per unit average, which in our product would make each pod about 1/4 of an ounce. And then our price per ounce is based on manufacturing cost, which make our price per ounce about $1.54, giving us our price per unit of about $9.25. And this is going to make us competitive, as we are just below the average for stick sunscreens at about $10.27 per unit, and just a little bit above the average for bottle sunscreens, which average about $8.52 per unit. And then in the lower right corner, we have data for liquid versus pod laundry detergent, just showing that our consumers are willing to pay more than double for the convenience of a pod. And we do have a 5-year projected income statement, and we are projecting about a 60% year growth year 1 into year 2, and then expecting to double year 3, 4, and 5. We projected our starting revenue at around $891,000 with a unit sold of just over 96,000. These numbers are fairly conservative, as it's less than 1% of our target market. And for comparison, 500,000 people attend the US Surf Open every year, which is an event that we would promote our product at. So we're assuming that we could capture less than 20% of those individuals on a national scale. But even with those conservative numbers, we do have net profits ranging from 14% in year 1 all the way up to 29% in year 5. And most importantly, we are comparable with other profit margins for the industry, as well as being profitable starting year 1.
Although the COVID-19 pandemic has had a largely negative effect on the current state, the supply and manufacturing aspects of this business are likely unaffected. More specifically for manufacturing, most services such as research, development, and administrative services can be done remotely. Others that must be done on site can be done using proper social distancing measures. For distribution, however, retailers may have issues. For this, we can offer in-house delivery for local stores, and we'll also anticipate increasing shipping times and take that into account when placing orders. Lastly, we can also modify our packaging process for hand sanitizer, as it has become increasingly popular during the COVID-19 pandemic. Overall, heliopods are easy to use, safe for the environment. They promote the use of sunscreen as a way to prevent skin cancer. They're offered at competitive pricing, and there are opportunities for expansion to various markets and/or licensing and branding.
Thank you for listening, and feel free to visit our website or our Instagram for more information.
Perfect. Ooh, an Instagram. That's pretty awesome. Thank you guys for creating that. And I'm going to go straight into the judge questions right now. So judges, the floor is yours, guys.
So hi, Helio.
Go ahead, Gigi, you go first.
Thank you. Hi, Heliopod. I think this is a great idea, and it's great to see a team where you've got a diverse team of a business person and a technical person. So about the manufacturing part, because I used to be a manufacturing engineer, where are you getting the materials from? Like, are you going to source the suntan lotion from an existing supplier? And then where do you imagine manufacturing at least your initial prototypes?
A lot of this will have to do with brand loyalty and stuff like that. And so we are planning on working with other companies for the sunscreen itself. Heliopods is mainly about providing packaging that is more sustainable for the earth and also more convenient for the skin. The sunscreen itself, we would be working with other more popular vegan and reef safe sunscreen companies.
Great. So based on your answer, just a thought for you is instead of positioning yourself against other sunscreens and stuff, you might actually position yourself against packaging companies. Or what I mean is you're actually a packaging solution. So look at how you would get into the market as a packaging solution when you look at your competition.
Definitely, thank you.
Great. And just to piggyback off that, since I live in Florida, so I wear a lot of sunscreen, and according to your slide there, I am at your exact target demographic. So I was just wondering too, something to think about. You might not have been able to, since you haven't prototyped it yet, but something to think about is, are they heat resistant? So if I'm going to the beach and, well, you live in Southern California, so you would know, am I going to open up the container and there are going to be tons of them all like already half dissolving? And I'm just trying to figure out how that's going to work in terms of application.
I can definitely answer that question. So Kimberly, if you could go back to the slide where I was talking about that source. This is where I was talking about the efficiency of immobilization, which basically means that it is really, really hard to break unless you actually apply pressure. So if you pop it into a backpack or anything like that, the heat shouldn't really destroy it. This type of process is mostly used in food industries right now, where it's like if they make a fake egg yolk or something like that, that's where they use a gelling compound in order to make it. So we're taking that process and using it for sunscreen instead. Most of the time with the actual food itself, it usually can't break unless you apply like a certain amount of pressure, which that usually doesn't happen just by popping it into a backpack or something of that sort.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Great job.
I like your passion. So I just, just looking at this picture, I wonder if you have thought about this, pretty much how much people use, sunscreen, is a heavy user or light user, and it's pretty much individual preference. And also, do you plan to use it for babies, for adults? So how do you adjust the size? It looks to me all equal, all these, individually packed things. So how are you going to adjust that? And I also really like, Gigi's suggestion just now. So you may reposition yourself as a packaging position there. And so that can help you better. And also, it can be like all these the same size.
Definitely, yes. We can look at making different pods be different sizes for that. The recommended use of sunscreen is about an ounce, 1 fluid ounce, which would be about 3 to 4 of our pods. But for babies, or we could make smaller pods because we can make them whatever size we would like, or like we were talking about using them for hand sanitizers. I know Gigi said to position ourselves as a packing company. So we could definitely make them variable sizes to serve whichever use we're making them for.
And then in the meantime, because we say like 1 ounce is about 3 to 4 pods, in order to kind of vary that so we can use it for babies, we can definitely recommend like maybe like 2 pods or something like that. But that is definitely one of the things we want to do, especially for the growth strategy, where we want to try and brand this for babies and probably make it into smaller packaging, as Kimberly has stated.
Building off of Iris's question, and good job, by the way, I appreciate the passion and the excitement behind this. I'm interested how you came up with 6 ounces being the amount that you want to sell. I could imagine maybe there's an opportunity at a sporting event where someone just wants to buy 1 if they forget their sunscreen, or maybe at something like the surf competition, you want to sell actually to the surf competition itself and they have 10,000 of them out. So how did you come up with 6 ounces, and are there opportunities either at a micro or at a scale level to sell these as well?
Yes, definitely. How we came up with 6 ounces was that's about the average for bottle sunscreens now that you can get, and which is about 6 uses if you go with the 1 ounce per use. So we figured that would be a good starting place for us. But we're also thinking about if we use a reusable tin, we can also put on the market kind of like refill packages, so you're not buying multiple tins. So that would open us up to being able to sell at a macro level for things like the surf championship, or at a micro level as well. You can get a package that just has 3 or 4 in them.
All right, I believe that will be for the last question. Oh, little echo.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well done, Heliopods. And if I may share my screen once again, absolutely no favoritism, but really into skincare. So I will say that's a product that I definitely look into. So if you ever come to the market, you probably have a potential consumer. So there you go. And for Swelthicides, are you currently there?
Yes, sir. Hello.
All right. Your 3 minutes to set yourself and prepare starts now. Pull that down so you can pull yours up. All right. Thank you, Elisa, Alex. Oh, all judges are ready? Is that the case?
Yeah.
All right, then. Then we're all set and ready to move on to swap the sides. I'll start this timer as soon as you start speaking. Best of luck to you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Armand Avanis-Lajani, and I'm here to talk to you about Swapicize. Swapicize is a platform that allows people to exchange clothing to benefit their wallet, the environment, and their community. Swapicize targets 3 problems that we face every day. To begin, families spend an excessive amount of money on clothing that is quickly outgrown or disposed of. Young children often have their entire wardrobes replaced every 6 months, which can be a massive financial burden. On average, a new piece of clothing is only ever worn 7 times. To only add to this, the poorly made and disposable clothing ends up in landfills, only miles away from our homes. The mass production of this fast fashion is incredibly detrimental, not only to our environment, but to our communities as well. Sweatshops, the backbone of the fast fashion industry, contribute to the exploitation of laborers and the environment. Finally, our modern lifestyle, combined with the current pandemic, has highlighted the value of the rapidly decreasing human interactions that people have in their communities. Swapicize alleviates these issues by reducing the need to purchase new clothing. This eliminates a significant amount of clothing costs while still allowing consumers to enjoy new styles and sizes. The ability to trade unwanted clothes gives value to something previously disregarded. Swapicize also prevents disposable fast fashion from filling up landfills by allowing people to trade unwanted clothing instead of quickly throwing them away. This reduces the harmful effects of landfills and helps mitigate the amount of carbon dioxide released from clothing production. By purchasing less and swapping more, imagine the increase in lifespan of the clothing. We can increase the number of times worn from 7 to 17. The service also encourages community interactions by recommending nearby clothing to trade with the community distance search feature. Limited to 10 miles, the community search feature allows people to see what is available in their surrounding city. And with more people trading, there's less of an incentive to buy clothing produced from sweatshops, reducing their profitability. Trading is easy. Just upload a piece of clothing you want to swap and list its size and clothing type. Then browse other listings to find what you want. Once you find an item you like, request to make a trade for it. If the trade is accepted, then all that is left to do is meet up and seal the deal. If you're interested in trading an entire closet at once or giving back to those in need, Swapicize can accommodate you. A bulk trade is an exchange with multiple pieces, an easy way to trade numerous items. Parents can utilize this feature to acquire an entire wardrobe. Garment Guardian allows financially unstable families to request a donation of bulk clothes to dress their growing children. This method adds an element of human connection that isn't found when donating to faceless organizations. Swapicize will cost $5 per month for unlimited access. That's it. This number was obtained after I asked a group of families and young adults what they felt comfortable paying for this service. The company's purpose is to provide new styles and clothing to the target demographic, growing families and young adults, at a low cost. A subscription-based revenue stream was chosen because it is an incredibly strong source of income, and it has become an incredibly popular form of payment with online services. Nowadays, consumers are accustomed to accessing services through subscriptions. Our clients will be more comfortable paying for Swapasize in the same way that they do movies and music, instead of the traditional transaction fees. In addition, Swapasize will offer a yearly payment option, so consumers can choose to pay for a year's access at once and avoid being charged monthly. Swapasize will be promoted through social media advertisements on Instagram and Facebook while targeting the product's demographics. As the platform is online, different social media platforms act as a direct connection to the target audience. Another area of exposure is social media influencers. Young adults and new parents are the primary consumers of influencer content. By utilizing hashtags similar to #ZeroWaste and #LessWaste, we can cultivate organic growth for the platform. Partnering with already established organizations who promote environmentally sustainable lifestyles, such as the Sustainable Apparel Coalition and the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, will also help get the word out. This digital strategy will expose our platform to the organization's already established loyal following, who share our message for environmental awareness. Finally, it is in my opinion that Los Angeles is the best starting location for the platform. It has an incredibly large amount of the target audience, and its vibrant communities are heavily plagued by fast fashion sweatshops. To further expand on Los Angeles' viability, I researched the market values for fast fashion in LA relative to the US and the rest of the world. The fashion industry as a whole is booming. The global fashion market value is currently $1.9 trillion, with projections to double by 2030. The US has a considerable chunk of that total, as it contributes $368 billion to the industry each year. Lastly, Los Angeles County brings in a total of $4.8 billion each year, further expanding its effectiveness as a starting location and illustrating the incredibly large and increasing fashion market. Other secondhand clothing services exist. However, these services lack in certain areas that Swapasize excels at. Goodwill has very little community interaction and has a large markup on their product. OfferUp's clothing interface is non-existent, which makes it incredibly hard to find specific sizes. And while eBay does have a large clothing scene, it is focused on luxury fashion and charges a fee for transactions. Not to mention, products on eBay are typically shipped, which only adds to our increase in carbon dioxide pollution. After 3 years, the goal is to have over 60,000 active subscribers. This will be obtained through the marketing strategies discussed earlier, combined with word-of-mouth recommendations. Once the service has enough users, we will then add an advertising revenue stream to the platform. This will be executed later on as advertising becomes viable once the platform has a larger user base. So once a stable user base is created through our marketing strategies, this approach, combined with the subscription model, would be able to cultivate a larger amount of the targeted demographic. Finally, the last objective would be to expand to other regions across the US. This is to be accomplished through the targeted advertisements in the regions we wish to expand to, for example, San Francisco or New York. This is a 5-year financial projection for Swapasize. This is assuming a base user count of 7,000 with a consistent 3 times increase in users per year. Our expenses include development costs, server fees, marketing, and customer support. With so many businesses and stores closed down, many people don't have access to personal shopping. This shopping hiatus is what inspired me to create Swapasize. The platform allows the user to save a large amount of money while strengthening their community bonds, both incredibly important, especially during a time of a pandemic. As to any concerns regarding COVID-19 spreading during in-person swaps, I have consulted a microbiology PhD who informed me that as long as the traders wear masks, hands are washed, and that the clothes are washed before wear, no problems would arise. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Would you have any questions?
Well, since you beautifully led into it, then I'm going to allow the judges to go into their questions.
Thank you for that very impassioned presentation. And all the good work you've done to get here. Have you done any work, Armand, on testing how you get quality merchandise onto the site? How will you populate the site enough to have it be viable and credible and desirable for people to join? I mean, you're creating a marketplace and it's always difficult to get that flywheel spinning. So what's your strategy there?
So you say quality products, but the purpose of Swapasize is to fulfill the purpose of, say, your local thrift store. The clothing being exchanged on this application are daily use wear, which is separate from, say, a luxury or a new good. So, and the people themselves would then decide what the quality would be. And excuse me, I just saw you lean forward to add to the question.
No, I was just wondering, I mean, I think quality, even if it's a used good, is going to be an important consideration. And how will you develop, sort of trust and credibility around the swapping mechanism?
And so that is where our consumer support feature comes from. So we're going to have the ability to, say, deactivate accounts if problems do arise. And that's why a large portion of our financials, as I'll pull up here, a large portion of our financials is going towards increasing our customer support. And as you can see over the years, we add more and more as our user base grows. And this, along with a grading system to essentially grade a user on their ability to show up on time, the cleanliness of their clothes, and essentially their interaction as a whole. Essentially kind of, how Uber works at a certain point of a up or down scale. And if, say, someone drops before a certain level, then their account would have to be deactivated.
Thanks.
Thank you for the question.
Armand, I think this is a really great concept. In a prior life, I used to be a buyer at Macy's. So that was one thing that always bothered me, was how quickly the fashion came in and out of style. And I was just wondering if you could kind of walk me through the process. So, there's a company called ThreadUp, which is kind of the same idea, except, you have to pay for the item. And, they are the middleman of, in term going back to Will's question about quality. So it sounds like you're not being involved with the transaction at all. You're just the platform. Could you just clarify that?
Could you clarify your question? Are you asking what do I see as my position, or are you asking my relationship with, say, ThreadUp?
Oh, no. Yeah, I'm asking the experience as a user. So if I go onto your site and I want to swap clothes with somebody, your company is not actually acquiring any of the clothing itself. I'm facilitating the transaction between the other person just through your site.
Yes, that would be the facilitation. And so again, the purpose is to bring the sort of swap meets thrift store idea online. And I'm aware of ThreadUp, and I actually conducted a pretty substantial survey, dozens of people, and I brought the idea of ThreadUp and the idea of Swapasize and I said, which one do you prefer? Majority preferred an idea like Swapasize because they just didn't really like transaction fees. And they liked the idea of being able to accept trades themselves. So it was not like, they just liked the idea of the bartering system and being the more personal connection with the shopping experience. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Hey, I have a question, when I listened to your 1-minute pitch, it sounded like you were focusing on families and your families who had kids who rapidly grew out of their clothes. This final pitch that you just presented right now didn't seem to zero in on that. It seemed like you were doing a much broader focus. Am I right? And why did you do that?
So you're correct. My pitch did focus on that. And I believe that my presentation does bring that into account because my target audience, as I stated, is young adults and parents. And now more days than ever, you have a lot more young adults living with the parents in the first place. And a lot of the people I surveyed were in this situation. So my focus specifically is on those two markets, on the children who grow out of their clothes too fast and the young adults who want to exchange clothing who would typically go to a thrift store or something like that.
Okay, just some feedback on that is those are two very different markets. You know, if I'm a parent, you know, trying to buy clothes for my kids or keep them dressed versus a young adult interested in fashion. And so I think those are two very different markets. And ideally, you should focus on one and do a really good job and then move to a next one.
Thank you for the feedback.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, and one more, maybe just to add on a bit. So,
yeah, last question.
oh, sorry if it's
No,
time.
that's good.
So you mentioned about necessity. This is what seemed to me is a necessity clothing, but then it's very different from fashion. So you use the information data there, also in the fashion industry. So it's a quite complete different segment and needs, and how you are going to understand the customers there, how you position yourself, can be quite different. Yeah. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're just running short on time, but hopefully that was sufficient enough for you guys to have wonderful thoughts to go with swap size. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you very
much.
Good
work. It's always good to see presentations that I saw from the past and how they improve in their speaking skills and how they improve in their business models. It's a very tough idea to build a business, but that's why we practice and do this. Now for Inoculum. Inoculum, are you currently there?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Seems like the full cast is here then. You guys will have your 3 minutes to set up your presentations. Allow me to stop sharing my screen so that you may. Give me 1 second for those judges though.
Okay.
Judges are all set.
Oh, okay. Perfect then. Inoculum, when you start, the timer will start with you.
Let's go.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to welcome you to Inoculum. In 2003, SARS changed the world in less than 6 months. By 2010, Asia has made mask wearing a norm to protect oneself from germs and for a sense of style. At this very moment, more than 72% of Americans wear a mask in public and 30% report saying it's uncomfortable. Hi, I'm Chanel, and I'm the founder and CEO of Inoculum. The problem we identified is that in the current market, there's no mask that offers function and quality. After surveying 50 people, we found that most consumers are concerned about the lack of sun protection, the filter mask quality, it's unaesthetic, and it often has a poor fit that's a one-size-fits-all mentality. Mask has been proven to be the new norm. It should be something that checks all the boxes and make your daily routine more seamless. Our mask provides consumers something fashionable and of a high degree of quality that's not quite yet in the market. Plus, it'll be fully customizable. Personally, for me, there's often a loose hole around the face and my ears and nose starts hurting after a short period of time. There's also no way for me to reapply my SPF. According to CDC, they recommend that we do not remove our face coverings or touch our face in public. So we decided to stock it with a layer of UPF 50+, which will block out 98% of UV rays. And as an added bonus, this SPF doesn't need to be reapplied. We added comfortable and adjustable ear straps to ensure the proper amount of tension to be applied on the back of the ears. An optional ear saver will also be given to help decrease the pressure if you're wearing it for long hours of the day. Under a great deal of research, we were able to find a replacement for traditional metal nose pieces. Our silicone memory foam will ensure a perfect fit with any size of nose bridge and can create an airtight seal. It has a thin waterproof layer that prevents fluids going in and out so that it can cut down on transition. We chose an insertable filter slot to increase reusability, and users can use our custom fit PM 0.3 filters. We plan to also offer 5 different sizes to create for a variety of face shapes. Although we are currently still planning production, once we have a demo product, we plan to survey and test potential customers to ensure it resolves the issues that they experience with their current masks. Our UV mask offers many benefits that stand above the competition to ensure that consumers no longer have to compromise. Up next, I have Adrian introducing the business model and top down.
I'm Adrian, and I'm the COO. We're a direct sales business. That means our profits and revenue come from product products. So We plan to outsource overseas to create a factory of production. Our main target is to compromise features on Craze for a mask. We're targeting consumers who want their mask to be customizable, modern, and as a convenient form of sun protection. Our target audience are those who purchase online. We want to model our product as an essential good for all that only costs 30 cents per day use. Our product can be found in various online purchasing websites such as inoculum.com, Amazon, and Walmart. We plan to offer annual subscriptions. We will be rolling out customizable family plans in the future, and we want to make it reach of our product to different industries such as skincare and sports. Moving on to our top-down analysis. In recent years, the mask industry size is growing rapidly, which holds $13 billion and will surpass $1 billion in 2027. We'll create a disposable line in the future as we want to get into a big market of disposable masks. But we definitely need more research for that. So for right now, we want to obtain a market of America's reusable mask, which holds $1.2 billion. A lot of our customer base will be millennials and Gen Z, as we see an emerging trend of skincare and fashion. Now Sandra will talk about our bottom analysis and our competitions.
I'm Sandra and the CMO. Before COVID, Asian citizens have worn face masks for decades due to the 2003 SARS virus outbreak. It affected several countries, particularly Hong Kong and China. After SARS, around 70% of people in Hong Kong will wear masks in public places, making mask wearing a norm. In 2010, the total mask production in Japan was 668 million, which means on average, Japan citizens consume about 43 masks a year. That's an increase of more than 7 times in 8 years. Americans have started to embrace face masks, as 85% of US adults say they wear a mask now and will continue to do so. Since our masks provide UV protection, it means customers don't need to reapply sunscreen every hour. 70% of US adults use at least one form of sun protection, which is a 67% increase compared to 2008. Among those, more than 93% apply to their face. With the increasing numbers of people that care about exposure to UV, our mask provides protection benefits that customers don't need to worry about reapplication. Our masks are also helpful against air pollution, heavy traffic pollution in crowded cities, and allergies caused by the pollen season. Asia was the first to adapt, and many more countries will follow. With the acceptance of face masks globally, we believe that masks will become the new norm. Moving on to competition. Compared to our competitors, inoculum holds more beneficial features in UV protection, filtration, sizes, and a new, more than updated look all in one mask. There will no longer be a need to compromise. Now I'll pass on to Anson for further details in growth strategy and financial.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anson Cito, and I'm the CFO for Inoculum. For our team's growth strategy, we asked ourselves, how can Inoculum tackle the problem regarding increasing awareness for our brand while also prioritizing product development and consumer orientation? Our team decided that because we are starting out as an online store, the best way for marketing our product would be tapping into influencer communities and using the power of social media, such as YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. We believe that if we can partner up with influencers that are passionate and have similar content related to our mission and product, it would be an effective way of reaching out to possible consumers. Using social media can also help with our product development, as we can send out constant surveys and receive website reviews and product feedback. By doing so, Inoculum can prioritize the focus on innovative designs and offer customizable features behind the mask, not only limit to how it looks, but also the multiple benefit that it brings. We understand that different consumers might prioritize different aspects of the mask, such as the UV over the waterproof layer or the nose strap over the air savers. So in the future, we want to offer a whole mask customizable feature. In order to retain customer loyalty, we plan to offer subscription packages that not only cover your annual cost per mask, but takes away the burden of having to remember to buy a mask, since it automatically ships to you quarterly. By offering subscription packages, discount codes to long-term users, and referral codes, we hope to build customer loyalty and develop a brand where the consumers are heard. We hope to give long-term consumers the ability to access our newest prototypes and share quality feedback. In the future, we plan to partner up with bigger retail stores and offer in-store purchases to increase geographical access and ease of purchase for consumers. Just digging a little deeper into some demographic data, we found it most effective to target consumers around the Gen Z and millennial age range when it comes to social media. With the increasing population of the youth and emerging concerns for skincare and fashion, we found that using a combination of TikTok/Instagram would most likely appeal to our target audience, as 60% of TikTok users are between 16 and 24, and 57% of Instagram users are between 25 and 29. On the right side of the slide shows some potential examples of influencers that have followings that fit into our niche or product. Regarding our financials, a majority of our revenue comes from the online sales of our mask and the occasional filters. Our subscription feature brings brings a more stable growth of revenue as our company grows yearly. But because the majority of our revenue comes from products sold, a lot of our costs will also be going into maintaining inventory levels. Some factors of cost would include our domain, website, and marketing. As for marketing, we aim to take 7 to 9% of our revenue to ensure that our marketing increases yearly. We hope to sell our masks for relatively $32, which is estimated to cover around a 3-month period and also calculated to estimate around 30-cent cost per day use. We want to be able to find the right supplier at the right cost in the future. Before we move on, I just want to give a quick breakdown of how we designed our financial chart. As you guys can see on the top half, that's the revenue, under that's the cost, and under all that is the profit. You guys look on the left side of the year, that is our projected units sold yearly. And if you guys look closely between year 2 and 3, we actually dip in filter sales due to the acknowledgement that, post-COVID consumers are going to care a little bit less about the protection aspect of the mask. And year 2 is when we want to focus more on innovative designs that offer multiple benefits. Along with me and my team, we believe we can satisfy consumer preference and fulfill market needs.
In summary, here's why Inoculum should be your top choice. Our company prioritizes consumer preference. We're innovative. We have massive future potentials and plans of globalization. Asia has shown us that even post-pandemic, consumers are still wearing a mask to protect each other of transmission of sicknesses, allergies, and it's become a fashion statement. We are confident our company will succeed because we have an innovative product and prioritize consumer orientation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. One of the judges accidentally moved down. Alex, are you currently there? Sorry, there's a small little hiccup there. However, there you go. Judges, you guys may ask your questions and the timer will start once the panelists or once the attendees, participants start speaking.
Hi, could you talk about where you were manufacturing? I might have missed it in the beginning of your presentation. I know you're talking about full customization. I'm just curious how you're going to execute that.
So as of right now, we're mainly focused on, making sure that the product works, coming up with the ideas and marketing strategies. So we're not in the process of finding a manufacturer, but I mentioned that that is, a future plan that we, try and implement.
You mentioned, I guess, in Hong Kong and some Asian countries that 70% of people are still wearing masks after 2003, where SARS. I'm kind of curious, have you done any sort of studies here in the US? To me, it seems like in the US, people want to get back to the state where they don't have to wear masks. So I don't envision that being like a 70% number here in the United States, but have you done any sort of a study to see what people are interested in even after, we get through this coronavirus?
So Sandra stated earlier that after taking a survey, 85% of Americans said that they will continue wearing a mask. And although I understand that, not a lot of people wear masks, we kind of acknowledge that that might be due to factors such as, the masks currently in the market don't really appeal to what they want. It doesn't appeal to their desires. That's why we want to be able to implement something where consumers are heard and they're comfortable with coming out and wearing a mask, because we believe, the mask wearing culture is emerging. There's history behind the fashion of wearing masks, whether it be for health or anything. We do believe that, mask wearing will increase in the future.
Is there any more questions?
Yeah, just a question about the marketing. Is that by doing a subscription model, well, first doing a subscription model, I think is really cool, because a reference is the Dollar Shave Club, that big people get razors regularly. And honestly, when you get masks, I just got together with my son who's like 24, and he's like, oh yeah, I haven't done my laundry, so I've worn the same mask for about 3 weeks. And I'm like, oh no. So I love your idea. Okay. But in terms of marketing, is your mask looks kind of, the mask that you're showing looks kind of the same. And so what are you going to do to really differentiate so that you become the must-have mask for Gen Z?
So, oh, sorry, did I cut you off?
No, but you know what I mean? I mean, you can,
I understand.
You can promote it, you can do social media. but what is going to make it aha that, oh, everyone's going to look for inoculum? Do I have an inoculum mask?
So as Chanel mentioned earlier, that is one of the examples. That is the midnight black mask. And of course, in our current society nowadays, being selective is not a luxury anymore. It's a necessity, right? Consumers want to have that one product that makes them stand out over everyone. They want to have that one product that, is different from everyone. So of course, going back to the manufacturer, we want to make sure that our mask is of course customizable to not only your face size, but designs. So going into manufacturing, we do want to make sure we reach out to a supplier that does, prioritize that over everything else, while also maintaining quality. And I do understand, like when you say, Gen Z, Gen Y, a lot of people want customizable features, but we do mention that throughout our presentation.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Still have plenty of time for questions. Is that all our questions? Interesting. All right. Well, it seems like you guys have been really detailed enough that our judges don't really have to ask you guys any questions.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you for.
Well done, guys. It's always rare to see that happen, but don't take it as a bad sign. It could be very good. Who knows? We'll see in the very end, but before we get into that, I'd like to welcome our next team, A Party. Would you like to come up here and announce that you are here?
Hello, sorry, I just had some issues with the headphones.
Do you need some time? Oh, I'll give you your 3 minutes. All right, your 3 minutes start now. And judges, you know the drills. Let's just pull this up. Ooh, lots of all sets. I think we're good. Done. Perfect.
We're waiting on 3.
Oh, waiting on 3? Okay. Oh, so I realized, Alex, you said you're all set 3 times. I took you as 3 different judges. Thank you, though.
Yeah, I always have to mark how many taxis are on the screen to verify my input or something. So it takes a while.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Thanks for dealing with all the technical issues. It's not really, what we'd like, but it's the world we live in. But thanks for handling all that.
Okay, our judges are ready.
Perfect. Carlos, you have 2 more minutes. How are you looking?
Yeah, just give me a second, please.
Okay.
All right, I'm ready.
All right, then. Your timer will start as soon as you start speaking. Good luck to you, A Party.
Thank you so much. A Party is a platform designed to make personal connections and experiences convenient. We bring you back to the good old days for making new connections. My name is Carlos. I'm the CEO and founder of A Party. Coming from a third world country, I was exposed to the nightlife environment experience since I was 13 years old. Before the pandemic, I had enough friends, but I still experienced mental health issues such as loneliness or anxiety. I was not alone. Loneliness is common among young people. In fact, a study shows that 52% of Gen Z born after 1996 globally agreed that they feel lonely on a regular basis. Also, I used to spend a lot of time on social media, socializing, but I realized that many of these digital conversations end up being meaningless. I researched and found that 98% of college students use social media. Another study shows that social media has increased the number of individuals, social connections, but at the same time decreases the meaningfulness of these connections. Also, I had expensive hobbies. My routine was to go to clubs and bars with the same people in the same places, and it didn't actually help to establish new connections, new meaningful connections. But I did not have an alternative that could help me to get a similar experience and meet new people. So I spent a lot of money paying for expensive drinks at bars. How many times have you gone to a bar just to meet new people? I am not alone. In fact, the bars and nightclub market size in the US in 2020 is of $24.1 billion. The problem right now is that many need to have interactions in person. They are already actually meeting, partying, and trying to socialize, but without safety measures. In fact, in my research, MBA students mentioned that there are parties going on from peers and MBA classmates, this without any safety measures during COVID-19. So our solution is an app that conveniently and safely connects hosts with prospective guests to create meaningful connections in person, in real time, and spontaneously to recreate entertaining. How do we conveniently link users? We link users by creating a space for people to socialize and have conversations in person rather than virtually. All users in our app have the same goal, meeting people in person. 8Party main's goal is to create new meaningful connections. How are we able to connect in real time? 8Party has a comprehensive map to connect a wide range of people in person and in real time. How many of you don't even know your neighbors? These gatherings or parties may be happening just blocks away from you or in the same building. How are we a time saver? 8Party offers people to meet spontaneously with little to no preparation, saving time from meaningless online conversations. The host, from the convenience of their home, with little to no preparation, can make their place available, send invitations, or accept invitations without needing to text. The guests can join anytime with little to no preparation. They can see what's popping or trending and just request to join. How do we recreate or remain entertaining? At these times, people know more the value of having personal connections. 8Party remain entertaining by helping you to establish real connections in a safe manner and save money while connecting you in person with others in an intimate and more comfortable spaces. With an alternative to coffee shops, restaurants, clubs, and bars for meeting new people in a home setting that offers their activities such as coffee time, study group, game night, or parties. So our response to COVID-19 are safety measures such as negative test verification checks, which will be highlighted. If uploaded within 24 hours of taking the test, we will add a small logo on their profile. So this would just help people to get checked and feel more safety. For safety measures, we're gonna have background checks, just like Airbnb, with passports and IDs. Also, we're gonna have a guest and review rating system to create a transparent, friendly, and safe community. A rigid process to stop any attempt to create fake accounts. Also, we're going to have partnerships such as Noonlight, which is an app that basically shares relevant information with authorities in case of emergencies. Overall, we're better than what is going on right now. We want to provide a good solution and create network opportunities for these students and people in a more structured and safer manner. When the pandemic ends, people will still want to hang out, and this will be a perfect timing for this application. For a business model, 8Party is basically breaking away from the mindless social media connections and promotes the mantra, we bring people back to the good old days for creating meaningful connections. So basically, we're gonna have a multi-sided business which links hosts with guests, just similar to Airbnb. For our market opportunities, there's a 52.7 billion market size. So we want to have at least 0.5% of this. That would be like 260 million market share. Snapchat has 0.7%. So we're gonna have, we aim to have in the beginning less than that. So roughly there are 92.1 million millennials and Gen Z from 18 to 39 years old. So our target market, our primary target market, it's 19.7 million people, which are college and university students in the US. We believe that we're gonna reach about 12 to 12.6 million people, as 64% of college students feel lonely according to research. So for our revenue streams, we're gonna have in-app purchases. So basically highlights in the map, bigger range in the map. We're also gonna have commissions, all money made in the app, referral marketing, collecting and selling data, advertisements, and money made from partnerships. For our competitors, what is our differentiation point? Many apps have the intent to assist with meeting new people and making new friends. This is a difficult task to do digitally. They are missing on what people actually want, convenience of technology, but also enhanced mental health. The things that differentiate us is that we help people connect conveniently and safely in real time, in person, and spontaneously with little to no preparation. Our growth strategy during the first year, we will focus on building brand awareness, product development, marketing promotions such as word of mouth, advertising on social media, public relations, and sales promotion. We want to make sure that our customers are delighted. As a primary growth driver, Eighth Party will leverage on app purchases and transaction fees. We're hoping that commissions will increase and will become the main revenue stream. Higher users will mean more data and more third-party fees on advertisements as well. So we basically have the guests in the host, in the map, and we want to create this delight experience, so convenient, time-saving, no time preparation, and this will bring us to commissions and then to revenue. And the usage that they have between them will help us to get partnerships and get revenue as well. So going to our growth strategy, we're gonna launch, and in the first year we expect to be around 200 colleges. We also want to be in 50 cities by the second year, and then by the third year spread among all US. By the fourth year, we expect to be in at least 3 different countries. We also have key partners, as I mentioned, Newline and some other delivery industries. We have a huge opportunity. As I mentioned before, 24.1 billion is the market size for bar and nightclubs, but it decreased because of COVID-19. So there's 5 billion people just trying to do something. So we also want to approach the rental and host businesses. So we want to do something similar to Airbnb, but by hour. And there are already competitors for that. Peerspace is one of them. Peerspace is one of them. But it just be easier for users to use our app just because we already have the usage in there, right? So it'd be convenient for them. So for the financials, we're gonna basically make $3 for each guest that joins any party or gathering for the first year, because there are 200 colleges, at least 200 events per week. We're gonna make 31,200 per the first year for the and then from app purchases, we're gonna have $40,000. For the second year, for the third year, sorry, and I'm just gonna play this before everything ends.
All right, then. We'll have to pull that down from there. Thank you, Eighth Party, for your presentation, but we have to continue moving forward. Judges, now if you would please, we can ask a couple of those questions. Also, Carlos, you can keep your presentation up if you'd like to answer these questions, but all up on you.
I like the concept of a party app, and then I just kind of want to clarify on some of the strategies that you have for getting your customers, because I know that social app has been a competitive space, and there are multiple social apps that people trying to get people's attention. So how would you differentiate yourself to acquire new users?
Sorry,
You're muted.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I didn't start your timer yet.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so basically we know that there is a competitive market, and we also know that there's a big market out there. And we want to start at community colleges, universities, because there are many community college students that have mental issues. And there are, in 4-year universities specifically, is where there are where people have these small gatherings, right? So this would be just easier for students just to, if they have a busy schedule at school and they just want to save time, just log in and see who's having something nearby, So that's the, sorry, that would be my answer to that. Does that answer your question? Sorry.
Hello? I believe that does answer the question. So we can take on the next question after that.
Yes, he does answer the question. Sorry, I was muted.
Oh, okay. Further questions?
I was wondering, yeah, say you found someone found an event or party they wanted to go to. They might not feel comfortable going on their own, but they want to have one of their friends go with them, or usually you want to go maybe with someone else. So does that facilitate that capability to find someone, pass that information on to them, and say, hey, check this out, and maybe we should go over and join this event or whatever?
Yes. So basically, we have the option for people to do it privately. So only the people they can make friends, and they can do it privately. But our main goal is for them to meet new people. Yeah. Sorry. Could you repeat your question again? I'm sorry.
I was thinking I'm kind of an introvert, so I wouldn't want to go on my own probably. Okay. So if there's a way to, I can invite one of my friends, go with me. I'm just wondering how your platform facilitates that.
Sorry for cutting you off. Yes. So you actually have the option to bring more people. So you can just say how many people you're coming with to the host, and then the host may accept or not. If the host may want that people to download the app just for safety measures, that'd be just another opportunity for us to have more users. But also, it depends on the host basically. But yes, we have the option for you to come up with friends for sure.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Carlos, I'm really curious. Which country do you come from where you can go to bars when you're 13?
I come from Honduras, and you can actually not go to clubs and bars, but the policies are pretty weak. So it's, you're exposed to alcohol pretty much since you're 12 years old. And I honestly don't do that anymore because it's been a long time, right? Like I think I have experience, over 10 years experience on this industry. So, and I also, when I first came from Honduras, I started working at the bars. So I kind of interact with people and kind of knew what were some of the things why they came up to these places. And basically they like to talk, you're at a bar drinking a drink and you like to talk with the bartender or with other people there, right?
Right. So, okay, that's interesting. What I really, really like about your product is actually that feature about being, having someone be COVID safe. Like if you go to Hawaii now, you actually have to have a certificate that you tested negative. And like when people get together, some friends might say to you, hey, let's get together. But then you're like, well, what I say to my friends are, so tell me exactly what have you been doing and how COVID safe are you? Because you don't want to get it. I love that feature of yours that people can validate, that they've just been tested. And I think that might be an interesting thing for you to have your entry point right now during this time when it's so critical. It's like, hey, getting together, use this app, and you can see who around your friends have been safe.
Yeah, and this will just help for more people to get tested. Like we can assure that person is going to be 100% safe, but at least if we have this logo after 24 hours, in between 24 hours that they took the test, more people may want to take the test, right? And like they will just feel more secure. Like I prefer to meet with someone that has taken the test, in the last 24 hours, than meeting with someone that I don't know where the person has been at, right? That's an example.
Absolutely. So that might actually be a good opportunity for you as a marketing channel to partner with organizations who, like the county health departments, who are really encouraging people to take tests.
Thank you so much. I think there's a lot of research still to be done. And thank you for mentioning that. I'm definitely going to look on that.
No, I'm excited about what you're doing. So good job.
Thank you.
That will
Now,
be our last question, actually. We just hit our 5-minute
can I
mark.
just say one thing real quick, Dylan? Sorry, I
Go
know
for
we're running
it.
late. I had a feeling by your accent you were Honduran. My mom's from Honduras, so I knew it was a fellow Catracha around. So
Nice.
good job with your idea. Okay, good luck.
Thank you so much, Annalisa.
All right, thank you, A Party, for your presentation. Love to see that. And we are moving on to our last presentation. I know it's going a little bit overboard with the timing and everything, but I'd love to have them go. It is Pet Me. So, Pet Me, are you currently there?
Hi, Dylan. Yes.
All right. Do you guys acknowledge you'll have 3 minutes to set up everything?
Yes.
Your 3 minutes start now. Best of luck to you guys.
Thank you.
All right, judges are looking good now. This is our last presentation.
We're missing one last one.
Yeah, no, take your time. All good.
Okay, all judges are ready.
Perfect. Okay, let's see. From our judges, we're all good. From your team, are you guys all set and ready?
Yes.
All right then. Let me reset the counter. The timer will start as soon as you start speaking. Let's close this up well. Good luck to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is our pleasure to be here and thank you for your time. My name is Naomi, and with me I have Nadia, Kailin, Jingyao, and Joel. So before introducing our business plan, I will start off by talking about my own personal experience. As an international student living on my own, I often feel homesick and lonely, especially with the pandemic happening this year. One day, my friend FaceTimed me and showed me her new pet puppy, and I thought I could get a pet myself. So I began browsing through many sites to find the pet I want. But finally, I thought I found a perfect pet, but it turned out to be 100 miles away. Okay, whatever it takes to get the perfect pet, right? So I decided to drive there. Guess what? My front tire went flat. It jeopardized my plan. After that, I thought maybe I should just buy a pet online. So after researching, I discovered that since purchasing pets online has become a trend, pet scammers are increasing. People lose thousands of dollars being tricked into buying the pets, but in reality, there are no pets at all. After chatting with my friends, it became clear that I wasn't the only one who had this issue. Therefore, we created PetMe to solve these problems.
The problem we face while getting a pet is that it's too time consuming. With no source of delivering pets to door and limited pet breeds available in an area, you have to drive from store to store to find a perfect pet. Secondly, unethical breeding has been a long-term problem that hasn't been solved. With no complete transparency and inaccurate medical records provided, pets may have underlying illnesses. Thirdly, there's currently no social networks that connects pet owners to one another specifically through similar interest in pets. Next, please. Your solution? PetMe saves time as we gather lists of pets from pet breeders, sellers, and adoption centers on our app for customers to ease the purchasing process. Just browse, select, and check out, and your pets will be safely delivered to your door by our partnership pet shipping company. As of health and safety concerns, all pets are required to go through an extensive health verification process by our verified sellers or partner vets before they are listed on our app. An optional microchip injection service is also offered for owners who wish to track their pets. PetMe shows absolute transparency as proof of a healthy living condition, and pets' medical records are posted on the app. Lastly, PetMe's user-generated content feature aims to connect pet owners together to discuss anything regarding their pets, which is a great way to bring users and their interests together. Next.
PetMe is the app that offers the simplest way to purchase a dog pet from reliable sellers and connect pet enthusiasts with one another. Next, please. There are two types of sellers on our app. First being professional pet breeders. They will have to send proof of breeding certification and the health living condition of the pet to be a verified seller. Second type being the regular seller, as their incentive is to sell their own pet. Although they are required to bring their pet to our partnership vet before the pet gets listed, after users buy pets, they will have the option to neither pick up or delivery. Next, please. I will demonstrate the app prototype. Users can share their pet's photos, videos, and connect with others in PetMe feeds. By pressing the menu icon, PetMe feature will appear. When users want to find pets, the pet filter page will pop out. Users can also find pets nearby by inputting the address. After filtering, a list of pet options will be shown. When they click on the pet profile, more information will appear and a choice to contact the seller option is displayed. Next, please. Based on the chart, we conclude that Quackness and Facebook are ineffective to buy pets with a number of scammers on the platform. Next, PetSmart and Petco are secure, but inconvenient because only in-store purchases are available. Lastly, Pet Finder is a convenient platform to adopt pets. However, they don't offer any health checkup services, but PetMe guarantees a convenient and secure online pet purchasing process. Therefore, PetMe will shine against these competitors. Next, please. PetMe app uses the freemium business model. Users can install the app free and engage in our app's content. We want to give users time to enjoy the experience. So when they are ready for more, they'll be happy to invest in more features and subscribe to PetMe Plus. PetMe Plus members are able to collect reward points for each month of subscription. The points can be accumulated and exchanged for our partner vet discounts. PetMe also earns revenue by charging 15% fee on pets handling process and successful transactions. PetMe will scale its business in 3 ways. First, by acquiring customers. PetMe uses App Store optimization to drive traffic to our app. We will also use social media marketing on platforms like Instagram to reach a massive target audience and increase our brand's awareness. Next, PetMe will retain existing customers by using simple onboarding tools to save users time in navigating PetMe and prevent churning. We will also incentivize users by PetMe's loyalty and rewards program, making them feel significant. Lastly, to enhance our offerings, PetMe will expand our features, such as hosting events like pet competitions, also sending surveys to collect customer feedback to address criticism and improve user experience. We will divide our business growth in stages. Stage 1 focuses on the purchase and selling of pets and building partnerships with various pet clinics. Stage 2 includes the addition of new partners, such as pet stores and salons, and subscription aiming to deliver pet supplies and services.
Our target market will be people who are interested in animals, pet breeders, and pet owners, but more specifically, the millennials. Millennials have now taken over baby boomers as the largest portion of pet owners. Not only that, they nearly double baby boomers in relation to time spent on social media, with 90% of them being active social media users compared to the 48% of baby boomers. So to break down the bottom-up analysis, we found the average cost of acquiring a pet being around $500. Each year, we spend a total of $1.97 billion buying 3.9 million pets solely through e-commerce. We take just 5% share of the pet e-commerce market and charge a 15% fee each transactions, which gives us a 15 million revenue. Next. For our top-down analysis, we use the US e-commerce pet industry as a reference for our total available market, which is a 1.97 billion opportunity. We then approach serviceable available market by aiming for 5% of the e-commerce pet industry in the next 3 to 5 years. This way, we'll generate $15 million for our service obtainable market by charging a 15% transaction fee. Next.
Our estimated number of users in the first year is 80,000 and will increase in the following years due to the effort put in marketing. Revenue in the first year is estimated to be 1.2 million and will increase in the following years due to the increased number of users and partnership PetMe has with pet clinics. Due to the expansion in traffic towards PetMe and number of partnership clinics with PetMe, the percentage of growth in the second and third year are expected to increase. Every year, we expect to put significant efforts in marketing and advertising. We will have freelance employees who mainly focus on the operation of the app, which includes breeder verification and breeding sites checking. Our biggest expense is our annual budget of 600,000 partnership fees in the first year and increase in the second and third years since we are trying to grow and drive traffic together with the pet clinics. From the third year onwards, we will start profiting and are estimated to increase as we will be adding more features to our PetMe app in stages. Next, please. Since the COVID-19 pandemic started, the pet industry has been booming because people are turning to pets to fill their emotional void. Although COVID-19 will affect PetMe's ability to organize in-person events, PetMe offers responses to these impacts by providing online events. Moreover, extra precautions such as making sure that pet clinics are being well disinfected and pickup choices of pets are being done by both the breeder and seller parties, accommodating health restrictions. PetMe works as a way to not only solve the inconvenience of old-fashioned pet purchasing, but also aim to lead the current growing trend of the e-commerce pet industry. PetMe, all you need under one roof. To end our presentation, here is our PetMe ad. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well done. Now we get to move on to our very last Q&A portion. So hopefully your team is all set and ready for that. And judges, you might ask your questions now.
Yeah, I'll jump in. First of all, I got to say, I can't believe something like this doesn't exist. Pet Finder I think is great, but I love the idea of bringing the breeders and as well as other adopted pets in there. One of the questions I have is what do you see future revenue streams being? Because I don't know how transactional actual just pet adoptions is going to be long term. I think short term that's fine, but long term, when you have Chewy out there, you have some of the veterinary apps that are starting to do this in person. They could easily bundle that on. So I'm just curious, where are you looking to go with this in the future for future revenue streams to go beyond just the adoption and partnerships that might be more bring you more margin?
Can you help me understand the question a little? Yeah, Naomi?
Yeah, I can answer your question. So we are thinking that after our initial launch, besides our recurring revenue and also our subscription revenues, and besides also the transaction revenue, we can also earn revenue through advertising fee because our pet feeds can include recurring advertisement for pet-related businesses and companies.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you have a very interesting idea. So I like it. And I wonder, so how do you plan to onboard, your potential customers? So it's very important to have the pet stores, to be able to, trust you and be able to, help you. I don't know if you have them deliver the pets or you have someone else to help do that. So yeah, what's your plan there to engage them?
Yes, that's a good question. So when they join as breeder, they will need to provide documents such as certificates of breeding, pictures of the breeding sites, and proof of ethical breeding. So if there is something suspicious about that, we will have our freelance employees to check on site for their breeding sites to make sure the breeding is ethical.
Can they do that themselves? So what's the value you provide there?
So the value we provide is actually, first, we can make more customers on our platform. And also, we also provide, sometimes people want to sell their pets, but they are not a breeder. They just want to sell 1 or 2 pets. So how do they make sure that their pet is healthy and people will trust them? Is that they will need to bring their pet to our partnership clinics for verification to make sure that their pets are in good health condition. So we will provide this secure and convenient platform because currently there are no platforms that provide a secure and verified way.
Okay, good. Yeah, so what's the status of your product? You have someone in your team be able to develop the app, or you are looking for contractors? So what's the progress now, the status?
Yeah, so basically we have the business model right now, and yeah, I'm a mechanical engineering major and I learned computer science. So and my team members also know a bit about the app. So we're actually, like, you see the app interface there. We actually we have already brainstormed how the app is gonna the layout of the app, and we just need to start getting into the app building process after this.
Yes, also to add on to that, I personally know a few contractors who work from Apple and Facebook. So they are willing to help us on building the app as well.
Okay, thank you. Looking good.
Still have time for one more question or so, or maybe a couple more. Is there any more questions left? Seeing that there is none. All right then. Thank you guys for your presentation, for cleaning this off oh so well. So I really appreciate your guys' time and all the different presentations you've got in the show. All right, guys, we've finished off all these different presentations. And we also have another portion for you coming up right after this too. But for many of our judges, I promised you guys the opportunity to talk about comments, everything, but we're so short on time. I don't know how you guys feel, but if you guys would like to leave some comments or so, then that would be really nice. But if you do feel the urgency, then hopefully Serena can kind of guide you as to what happens right after that.
Yeah. Also, if you have time, please hop on to the Zoom call that I started earlier with you guys. I will be there in a second as soon as I leave this call. And then oh, thank you, Gigi. So if you don't have time, that's perfectly fine. Please hop onto that chat, and we can talk about like with grading, and then also like a few of you haven't finished the grading for exec summary and pitches. So please go to that Zoom link, and I will see you there.
All right. Hopefully, if you guys ever want to jump back in, we can get some of those comments from you guys. But we'll leave the emails out for you guys to get and receive some of those thoughts that they've had. It's just that we're so low on time, it's kind of hard to push everything out. And as we promised, we were going to have our wonderful guest from Berkeley Haas to come talk about the transferring and a lot of their process. So we're going to run during this competition a Haas transfer panel. Jay, as well as myself, are going to be grading some of the points and trying to push out the winners of this competition. So hopefully you guys stay tuned for that, but I'm going to move this on over for the Haas transfer student panel. Tristan or Tristian? I'm not sure how to pronounce the name.
It's Tristan.
It's Tristan? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I've
No.
slaughtered so many names. I feel so unconfident in saying it.
Oh, no worries. I tried to start my video, but it says it's stopped.
Yes, let me make you into a co-host, and then that will give you access. So I'm going to make all the new people coming into this a co-host so they can share their screen stuff. And you should be all set and good. Thanks for showing up again.
Yeah, of course. Okay, are we seeing the transfer student panel right now?
Yep, you're all set and good.
Okay, perfect. So I think I'm waiting for a few more of my panelists to show up. Okay, perfect. Well, I'll do a slight introduction while we're waiting for my other panelists to trickle in. Well, hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. My name's Tristan, and I'm the Director of Transfer Outreach at Berkeley Haas. So I'm kind of like helping community college students try to like get into Berkeley. We do monthly sessions. They're called Envision Haas. I can definitely drop that link in the chat for you guys if you'd like to join. Our last one for the year is actually in 2 Fridays. It's just a brief little overview session, about 30 minutes, where it'll go into what admissions is looking for as far as trying to get into Berkeley. And then we do go into a student panel. So similar to what we will be doing today. Let me see really quick. And then Allison and Daniel, can you unmute and everything? Are we good to go?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you, Daniel. What about Allison?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I think we're having a little bit of trouble with the videos, but it's okay. Let me see.
Oh, it's just still not playing?
Dylan, did you say something? Sorry.
Oh yeah, is the video not working on our end for the Zoom, or?
I just want to make sure all my panelists can, like, I see Allison, I see Daniel, so I think we're good. And then I'm still waiting for a few more to show up. But...
And if there are any in the attendees list, just have them or send over a message over to me in private chat, and I can pull them into a panelist position.
Okay, perfect. Daniel, I'm gonna have you kind of monitor that while I go ahead and just start introductions and stuff like that, if you're okay.
You would like me to monitor the chat?
Yeah, just make sure all the panelists are showing up. I think we're missing a Dawn, okay. Michael, and Isabel. And then Skander, I think, had something come up, so. Okay, awesome. Close that and go into this. Okay, so I thought it'd be beneficial to just start with a little rough timeline of kind of the UC process. I know applications are coming up, the deadline for the UC is coming up very soon, November 30th. So just kind of what it looks like after that and what to expect. So you'll turn your UC application in end of November, and then you should be expecting like an email from Haas and Berkeley in general saying, hey, we got your application, you're good to go, you know, wait for the next steps, and that should be in December. And then in January, you are going to have to submit your official transcripts and stuff like that for your fall grades, just so they're all kind of caught up. With Haas, they do a supplemental application. So you're not only filling out the regular UC application, you're also going to be filling out another one. I've had lots of questions saying, you know, hey, are we going to get that opportunity to fill out the supplemental either way? Yes, you will. As long as you put Haas School of Business on the UC application, you'll get that opportunity to fill out the supplemental. So it's not like oh, hey, I got the supplemental in January, so I like made it to the next round. No, everybody gets to fill that out. So expect that like around mid-January in your emails. You're going to have about 2 weeks to fill it out. So the supplemental application will be due January 31st. So it's just something to keep in mind, put on your calendars that, you know, they do give you a short deadline. It does look very similar to the UC application though. It's going to be a resume section. You know, you'll have a couple essays to fill out. So just kind of keep that deadline in mind for those of you that are trying to get into Haas or want to get into Haas for next year. And then late March, if you're selected for an interview, they are conducted virtually. So you'll be sent like a list of questions, and then you'll pre-record yourself and submit it that way. I've heard that you get 2 tries, and that way if you mess up the first time or something like that, you get another opportunity. But if you are selected for an interview, not everybody is selected for an interview. So that's very, very important. Just because you're not selected for an interview doesn't mean that you're not getting into Haas. I'm unsure how they select people for interviews and stuff like that, but just keep in mind, hey, if you got selected for an interview, really take this time to share a little bit more that maybe wasn't found on your application. Because, you know, there's obviously a reason you were selected for an interview, right? And then in April, final decisions are released, you know, and you choose if you want to accept Berkeley or not and stuff like that. I do want to promote the Envision Haas session one more time. it is a very, very beneficial thing for those that are trying to get into Haas, because I think a lot of people don't know about it, and it's a resource that not a lot of people use, right? Like I know when I transferred from my community college, I had no idea about it. And I really wish I had, because it would have helped me with like, what classes do I need to take? Or, you know, how are these Haas students feeling coming out of community college? You know, do they feel like they belong and stuff like that? So November 20th, I will send it in the chat, the link to sign up. Definitely recommend. The next part, I do want to talk about Haas's 4 defining principles. So for those of you that don't know, it is something that Haas embodies with their students, and it is something that they look for, you know, on their supplemental application in the essay portion. It's kind of like not stating them, like saying, hey, like I'm a student always by. They really just want you to like embody those within the essay, and it is something that, you know, they're looking for their transfer students to have as they admit them. So there's 4 of them. So the first one is confidence without attitude. So making decisions based on evidence and analysis, and acting with humility, and really collaborating with your teammates, right? Because, you know, with business majors, you know, you never know. Sometimes you'll get people that can be kind of rude, right? Like the businessy side, but that's not what Haas is looking for. They want collaboration. They want you to work as a team and come to a conclusion. The second one is question the status quo. So at Haas, they believe in innovation and making progress and really like speaking your mind. So there's not always one right way to do something, right? So just kind of like making that known to them. And then the third one is beyond yourself. So be willing to help others and go beyond your circle, right? So we're all, you know, kind of on the similar path, college, get a degree, get a job, right? But really stepping outside of that and helping your peers, you know, whether they need a job. So maybe connecting them, networking, stuff like that. And the fourth one is student always. So having a curious mind, knowing that, hey, I don't really know everything, right? Yes, if you do get into Haas, or even maybe right now, you're just like, you like know a subject very, very well, you know, no, you don't, and you need to realize that, right? And there's always more learning to do in the world. And so just keep in mind, it is something, those 4 defining principles, you can find them on the Haas website to review as well. But for those of you that are applying, just a little hint is that is something that they're looking for. Not so much in the UC application, because, you know, they kind of know, well, hey, they're applying to multiple UCs, so we're not expecting you to like pinpoint Berkeley, but it is going to be very important for that supplemental application in January. So just kind of keep that in mind. Before I have my panelists introduce themselves, feel free, we're going to try to make this kind of very open. So if you have any questions, type them in the chat. I will ask my panelists them that as well. And yeah. So with that being said, for my panelists that are here, I'm just going to have you go ahead and just do some intros, a little bit about your story from the community college side of things, and how the transition into Haas really went. And if Adon's here, we can start in order. Or
yeah, perfect. That'll work, Tristan. Thank you. Yeah, so my name is Adán Nevares. I transferred in from Oxnard Community College. I don't have the most traditional transfer story. Immediately after high school, I joined the Marine Corps and I served for 4 years. I went on a couple of deployments, nothing too crazy. Went out to Australia, Japan, Korea. Really enjoyed my time in. You know, I got to learn a lot of, you know, new skills and got to be a leader. And that was, you know, right after high school. Definitely matured during my time in the Marine Corps, and, you know, learned a great deal. Immediately after the Marine Corps, I, you know, entered Oxnard College, and I was there for about 2 years. And, you know, I also loved my time there. You know, when I was there, my first semester was kind of rough for me, I'd say. You know, it's a harsh transition from the Marine Corps to school, but my second semester, I got involved in, you know, my student government there, and that was amazing. I love being a part of my student government. I got to lead a lot of different events, and that kind of led to my time coming over here to Berkeley. And transition, definitely difficult, right? It's a different way of thinking. So I would say at the university level, they challenge your way of thinking a lot more than they do at community college. And they kind of expect you to think for yourself, right? Whereas in community college, you kind of get all the materials you need to succeed, right? Your professor will tell you exactly what you need to do for all your assignments. And all you gotta do is go ahead and do it. Whether at the university, a lot of the times I would think to myself, I feel like I'm missing half the, half the question, like, what do I do? How do I do this? And that's just for them to kind of force you to think for yourself and, be creative with your thought process. And that's what is expected in the real world when you're actually working your job. You don't always have the ability to go out and ask people for help. So really, I think that was the biggest difference for starting here at Berkeley.
Perfect. Allison, do you want to go next? I don't think Scanner's with us today.
Yeah, that works. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So yeah, so I came from Chabot College originally. I spent 3 years at Chabot College, and I just switched my major so many times that I couldn't plan on one. So I finally settled on business. And in community college, I was always staying busy, whether it be working in a marketing firm or bartending or serving or working part-time. I kept myself pretty busy in community college. So the transfer to UC Berkeley Haas specifically wasn't too complicated for me, I feel like, because I feel like I always kind of had time management down. But one thing I would echo from Adam is that the questions are a lot less like spoon-fed to you at Haas. So you have to do a lot more critical thinking. And with Haas, there was a lot of opportunities that I found to be really exciting. So it was hard for me to kind of pick one. And I guess I'm just an indecisive person or curious person, I would say. So I always wanted to dabble in every single thing that Haas offered. And I think that was a strange transition for me to kind of have to make those decisions on what I actually want to do and why I'm here. But we can get into that later in some of the other questions. But yeah, that's the biggest thing for my transition.
Perfect. Thank you, Allison. Michael, we'll do you next.
Cool. What's up, everybody? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Dope. Cool. What's up? I'm Michael. I transferred from College of Marin, and I think Gabe and Sanjeev, who are actually from College of Marin, are in here. So shout out to you guys. That's super dope. But yeah, I think the biggest thing for me when I was in community college was, constantly just keeping myself occupied, which I feel like is kind of a theme throughout all of us. I was working at a movie theater, and then also working on like my own personal business, which was more music related, and really just producing a lot as much as I could, because I was really tapped into the music side of things. But for myself, kind of the transition over to Berkeley, it was, I would say the biggest thing or piece of advice I could offer would be to take advantage of your alumni network. And that goes for anywhere, right? Even if Berkeley isn't the place that you want to be, but all of these schools have such incredible alumni that have gone to them. And I think the biggest thing for me was really reaching out to whoever that chair of the alumni committee was and starting a relationship with them, and going and asking questions, finding people on LinkedIn and saying, hey, do you have a contact with this person? And that's kind of ultimately how I kind of have gotten some outside opportunities from within Berkeley, which is awesome. And the opportunity at Berkeley is just incredible as well. So really try to take advantage of that if you can. But yeah, it's kind of my 2-minute spiel.
Perfect. Daniel?
Thank you, Tristan. My name is Daniel. I'm a junior, recent transfer to Haas. I transferred from Irvine Valley College. So if we have any people here, shout out to you. First off, I just want to say that I always love speaking with fellow transfer students, and looking up to my peers of seniors here that transferred. It's always just it's my favorite part of being here at Berkeley, just seeing all these amazing stories. And one thing that all of you have, and especially being at community college, is you have a story. And so you got to make sure that when you're writing those essays, you're transferring, you're coming into Haas, wherever you decide to go, make sure you resonate your story, and don't be afraid of it. Be proud of your story. And so for myself, community college was actually the path that I decided on going when I was a junior in high school, because of finance reasons, and also I felt like I wasn't mature enough to go into a 4-year institution, and also I just didn't know what I wanted to do. but I decided to go to IVC early on, and I finished up all my classes. And because of that opportunity of being at community college, I was able to start my own business. I was working full time. I was able to get into the student government, tutor. All these amazing opportunities came my way because I decided to go to community college. And now that I'm here at Berkeley, you know, you're in a transition. You know, a lot of people, especially my panelists, can agree that we struggled with imposter syndrome. But one piece of advice I want to give to you is that, you know, when you're transferring, you finally make it to that four-year institution, be proud of yourself and don't keep yourself back. Just let your story shine and you're going to do great. So Haas is amazing. It's only my first semester, but I already can tell that, you know, going to community college was the best decision I could have ever made in my life. So yeah, pleasure being here. I'm ready for any questions you have for me.
And last but not least, Isabel.
Awesome, thanks, Tristan. Really great advice from Daniel there at the end. Definitely always be proud of being a transfer student and a community college student. So yeah, my name is Isabel. If you feel a little bit of an accent, that is because there is one. I'm originally from Spain. I came to the US just to go to college. I was privileged enough to do that. And I spent 3 years at Santa Monica College here in the LA area. Hopefully we have some SMC students. You know, I had the time of my life at Santa Monica College. I really, as other panelists have said, I was incredibly curious about too many things. So at some point I was a doctor, at some point I was going to be an astronaut. So I think, you know, being involved at community college really helped me figure out that in reality I wanted to do business. And I was super involved. Like, it was a super busy as everybody else here. I was in student government my last year. I was part of a program called President's Ambassadors. I was part of honor societies. And I think that made my experience incredibly wonderful. And as I was gonna say, I think because I was so busy and I was tackling so many other things besides the extracurriculars working, when I transferred to Haas, I think I was kind of on the pace that was expected from me. Obviously, academically, I think that's the main thing that, you know, you're kind of worried about, because there's going to be another level of you know, excellence that's required from you. But all I have to say is that if you made it to Haas, that means that you work hard, you're a good student. Even if you know, you get a first midterm, it's not what you're expecting. That's okay. You just got to keep on going. So it's a bit hard, but I think the wonderful thing about Haas is that the transfer community is so tight. And so you're always really going to have support, and that's very important. So it was a bit hard, but so worth it. And, you know, even if we're not online, I still feel very connected to Haas, which is, you know, amazing. So yeah, as Daniel said, super happy to be here, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Perfect. Thank you guys for introducing yourselves. I think a main question that, you know, comes up a lot is, and Isabel kind of touched on it, what extracurriculars did you guys do, you know, in the CC that you think either made your experience or helped you get into Haas?
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and start off again with that. So at first, like I said, I wasn't really doing much until I finally realized, like, dang, I need to do something. You know, I need like a bigger purpose in my life, and I need to do something of value. And I got involved in my student government. The first year of my student government, I was a senator, and I didn't really do too much. You know, I was kind of like party planning committee, and I think our student government for the most part that entire year was just kind of party planning, right? Like host events, get food trucks, have food trucks come out, and just things like that. It wasn't until my next year when I ran for president and I got it, and I started trying to really make a difference in our, thank you, Isabel, I see the clapping. I started really trying to make a difference in our school, right? And kind of do some change. And, you know, I looked at our demographics, and we had a lot of homeless population. We have a lot of low income population, and just people that need support, right? So some things I did, I created a food pantry at our school. Sorry, 1 second.
No worries.
Sorry about that, everybody. I'm visiting family right now, so I got people coming in. But we're gonna go ahead and adapt and overcome on that, right? As I was saying, I created a food pantry to help, you know, feed our students healthy nutritional groceries. I saw that our students really didn't have much business attire, so I created a space that help clothe our students and give them, business attire for interviews or jobs. And when doing that, I kind of noticed they needed more than just the business attire, and they needed, regular clothing as well, and and hygiene products, a lot of feminine hygiene products. So then we kind of transformed that and built upon that and did more. I also created a scholarship fund for undocumented students, and I had a lot of relationships on campus. I was also a student worker there, so I built a lot of relationships during my time there, and I was able to partner with different organizations to kind of raise additional money for this scholarship fund. And so I wasn't involved in 20 different clubs. I was involved in this one organization, and I was a student on campus. But through that organization, through my position, I was able to make a lot of different change, right? So that's definitely, I think that was a big part of why I got accepted, as well as, me being a veteran here, just the quality work that I did. It wasn't so much on the quantity, it was more so on the quality. And that's what I would advise anyone to focus on a little bit more. Don't focus on being a part of 30 different clubs. Focus on being, 1-2 clubs, and do work, make change in that club. Find something that you enjoy doing that brings value into your life, and that'll go beyond everything.
Perfect. Anybody else? Allison or Michael or?
Yeah, I can jump in really quick. I mean, like, super hard to follow that up because that is insane. But I think, like, kind of what Adam was saying was really following, whatever you think that driving force inside of you is, whatever kind of fires you up, or where you think you can have the most change. And for myself, kind of opposite, where I honestly wasn't that involved in my community college. The one thing I did do that that probably did help on the essays was I talked about my tutoring experience and working as a tutor there. So I did do some tutoring for the business classes, which I think, especially for Haas, helps a lot, kind of showing that you've learned the material to a certain point where you can help teach somebody else that material. But for myself, I think and just advice wise, it's about trying to figure out what you think that niche is that makes you different or makes you kind of stand out in as a needle in a haystack, right? For me, that was music. And so a lot of my essays I tried to spin in some type of way where it was music related. And then activity wise, that's what I was doing after school. It wasn't necessarily involved super heavily at my community college, but I was going home and working on music every night and throwing shows in the city and trying to be involved in that sense, because like that was my niche, right? And I think kind of taking a step back and figuring out what it is that you think kind of sets you apart and honing that is really, really important.
I actually, oh, go ahead, Allison.
Okay. I would just echo the fact that, like, your own experiences as extracurricular should be your own, and how you really go about it is like just making whatever your story is to be true and to really emphasize your strengths. I wrote one of my essays about bartending, and that's definitely not like, a lot of people wouldn't say anything about like how bartending is prestigious or business oriented, but if you sell it in a way that makes it seem like, I sold and I was producing sales and I was relationship oriented, I listened to people. I think there's always kind of a way you can frame things and make it so that it's actually beneficial for your application. And I always think there's always stepping stones to where you want to be. So it's all about taking what you have now and creating like, what's the next step for yourself. So just thinking through that while you're doing your actual applications is definitely a huge learning point.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo something that Aiden said, Alan, sorry, in my Spanish accent. You don't need any sort of business like experience or extracurricular to get into Haas. That you guys don't worry about that. I didn't have any of that. And at some point you're gonna be dealing with numbers and kind of a businessy area in any kind of club that you end up going to. So that's one thing. And second, I really want to emphasize the fact that they don't care if you've been part of the board of 8 different clubs, but you have nothing to tell them about what you did in them because you were so spread out, right, that you really couldn't really make an impact. So that's what they're looking at. It's like, okay, this person maybe had 2 different positions. What did you do in them, right? And how do those experiences really showcase who you are and how you connect yourself to those defining leadership principles? So the best thing that I can, recommend you is to do things that you're passionate about, because whenever you're doing things that you're passionate about, that's when you're going to do your best. That's when you're going to make an impact. So there is no, as you can see, and this is a wonderful panel because you see that there's people that have done very different things and we've all ended up here. So those things that you love, and don't feel like because you're working full time and maybe you're not doing as many clubs, you have less of a chance. That's not true at all, right? So everybody has their own experience, and experience has a lot of value. So yeah, that would be what I would say for this.
Daniel, since you're the only junior on the panel, do you have anything to add with that one?
Yeah, I think everyone said amazing things. For me in community college, I would consider myself someone that really valued I was someone that really valued being there in the moment. I never looked at myself and was like, wow, I wish I was at a 4-year, or wow, I'm not good enough. So what I made my experience about was promoting community college and also promoting the students there. So I was part of the honors program where I was, on the board helping students get from point A to point B, get the resources they need, help them with their essays. I was also a tutor myself. I taught accounting and econ, so I was there for the students. Additionally, I spoke up until COVID. I was the speaker. I was going to present at commencement, and my goal was to kind of give all the students a platform in order to be successful at community college and transfer successfully. So I, had a breadth of experiences at college, but I centered around giving back to my students and the people I was a part of, my peers at community college. So, and then kind of going back to what Isabel said, you really want to make sure you're focusing on those 4 pillars, because if you look at yourself and you look at those essays and your experiences, if you can check off each of those pillars. So number 1 is question the status quo, confidence without attitude, student always, and beyond yourself. If you can go in and check all those boxes, you're probably going to be a really good fit for Haas. And they really look at that. Haas Berkeley was definitely off my radar. I thought I wasn't good enough to get in there, but after I got in and I reflected on what I did at community college, I noticed that, I followed all of those 4 pillars, and I wasn't doing it just to, get from point A to point B and, transfer. I was doing it because I really enjoyed being there in the moment. And I knew that community college was an amazing stepping stone. And so just really appreciate all that you have and reflect on your experience and ask yourself, how can I represent myself with the pillars of Haas, and how can those pillars resonate in my application? So that kind of, encapsulates all of my experiences. I don't want to go into too detail, but that's just a little gist of it.
Perfect. I think all the panelists hit on it. I want to go back to Isabel because she made a good point. Find something, they're more looking for what are you passionate about? They're not looking at, student government and this club, that club, that's not what they're looking for. They're looking for, hey, does this student have something that they're passionate about? Do they have a good story to tell? And, did they really, become a leader? Did they make change? Stuff like that. Like for me, similar to our panelists, not involved a lot in community college. I was more focused on, my full-time job and being a store manager and stuff like that. So I didn't do any business clubs or any other clubs besides the Honor Society at community college. But again, I had this job that I was just so passionate about, and I had made change within that workplace that I could just have that story and tell, right? So I just kind of want to reiterate that Isabel made a huge point. Find something that you're passionate in and stick with that story, especially on your UC application or the supplemental. You don't have to have all these different things. That's not what they're looking for, right? Because there's a lot of people that can just check a box and be in a club, but are they actually making change? Are they actually, going to club meetings, right? So that's just something to keep in mind. I guess the next question for the panelists would be, what do you like about Haas and what do you dislike about Haas? And Adon, if you want to start us off again.
Yeah, of course. I think coming in, I was looking at, Berkeley and Haas in particular, and it was, number 2 public, undergraduate business program in the world, right? So I had like all these huge and high expectations of what I was going to learn, and I thought I was going to be a business guru, right? By the time I'm out of here, and I mean, I'm in my second year. I have one semester left, and I don't feel like I'm there, right? But I think I had all these high expectations, these like ridiculously high expectations. But it's my undergraduate degree. The degree is very just a general business degree, right? Like if you want to specialize in any one thing, like you really have to reach out and go for those classes and take those classes. I thought I was going to learn. I thought I was going to be learning a lot more. So I think that's just kind of college in general, right? I think that's college in general. You think you're going to be learning like so much, and you kind of like, I think I kind of got disappointed in that sense. But I think it really helped humble me, like really humble me. I used to think so highly of all these, prestigious universities and Berkeley and Stanford, Harvard, Yale, all these universities that have big names, right? And like, wow, like, the people that went there must be super smart. And now that I'm here, I'm kind of like, yeah, like everyone around me is really smart, but I don't think we're learning anything, that someone at a state school, is learning, right? I think it's very similar. And I think, like I said, it really humbled me in that way. But what I do really like, and what is really special about here being at Haas, is all the resources and the connections that you'll make, and the people. I love the people, and as a transfer especially, we got the opportunity to attend a program during summer where it was 6 weeks long. It was nothing but transfer students, and they even switched around the people so you can meet every single person in your transfer class that attended the summer program. So I think ours, we had 70 some odd people out of the 100 that attended, and I got pretty close with everybody, and immediately that helped me build a community. And wherever you are, like, community, I'd say, is one of the biggest things that you want to have. You want to have a good group of people that have your back, that can support you, and that you can support them. And I think that's the easiest way to succeed, to have a really strong community. And being at Haas definitely gave me that.
That's good advice. Alice, you want to go next?
Yeah, so I would definitely echo what Adam said about the community and the people. I think that was my plus, was everyone is very aspirational and motivating. And I think I definitely thrive in like highly motivational bubbles, I guess, if you will. So it was very much like a domino effect, as to like, if one person is very like a go-getter, very much a go-getter in one group, you tend to like pick it up. So I really like that about Haas. My negative, I would say, about Haas is that I wish there were more entrepreneurial resources for undergrads. I've noticed they have a lot of entrepreneurial resources for the MBA program, but not a lot of those tend to trickle down to the undergrads. So that's my one thorn.
And Michael?
Yeah, I guess like I'll start with the downside and then move to positive. But similar to what Adon was saying, like with the education, something I wish I had known going in, which I guess maybe isn't made all that clear, is that if you do want to specialize in something, you really have to take advantage of the electives, because that's where you're going to learn it. Because it's a breadth of business law knowledge that you come in to gain. They don't really mention that going in, but that's like my one gripe. And you kind of have to seek out those classes or opportunities, which is doable, right? But it's just kind of going in knowing that, I think, is really important. But the moving to the positives, like by far the transfer community, it's one of the most amazing just communities and groups of people that I've ever had the opportunity to meet, because you all go through the same thing. You get to connect with 100 odd some students going in. You really create this transfer family before you even start, which just makes the experience that much better, right? And I don't know any other school that does it that way, and I think that's something super unique and important that Haas has to offer. And on that point, it's the network that we get coming into Berkeley as well. Like not only networking up, but also networking out. Like the people that you come in with are such awesome, amazing people that it's really easy to meet somebody that you really, really vibe with, which I think is one of the most important parts of college in general. You want to be around people that you like being with or working with. And I won't get too into specifics or anything, but there's people at Haas as well that are so willing to give you the resources that you want, especially on the alumni side. Like I would go in with just a big list of people on LinkedIn and ask for their emails, and this woman Meg every time would just give me the list, and they give you the resources that you need to accomplish what you want to do, which I think is really, really special and important.
Daniel, do you have anything to add on that one?
Yeah, I should probably go first next time because they're stealing all the good points.
Okay, we'll go first.
Just joking. So I'm going to start with the negative first and then work my way to the positive. So this is my first semester and a lot has happened. It's been a crazy semester for everyone, but I had some time to reflect before this meeting and I came up with a few positives and a few negatives. So the first thing with the negative is that the Haas curve is very intense. So when you're transferring to Haas, just make sure you're ready for it. Do your research, understand how the classes work, because I'm still trying to understand it myself. And it's been very challenging.
Do you want to really quick, do you want to explain the Haas curve or you want?
Kristen, how about you do that? And then I'll go.
Okay. Okay, so from my understanding what the Haas curve is, they're trying to make it kind of fair for you guys. I guess that's their idea of it. So they kind of set like a class average. And if you perform above the average, well then, you're looking at getting A's and stuff in the classes. But if you perform below the average, then you're looking at like C's, B minuses. And the average is kind of set like at a B plus. So if you really want to get that A, you have to really outperform the rest of the class. And then same thing, like if you're not doing so well and you're below the average, well, then you're probably looking like at a C or a B minus and stuff like that. It helps for those super tough classes like finance or econ, where like the average right on the first test is maybe like a C. Well, since the whole class performed at like a C level, you're still gonna get like a B plus in the class, right? So it helps for the hard classes, but then like for the easy classes where everybody's getting like a 98 in the class, well, even though the grade book says a 98, you're still gonna get a B plus. So it's beneficial in some ways, not in others. I don't know, panelists, did I do kind of a good job describing that? It's a hard concept to grasp, especially coming in to Haas. You don't really know what to expect with that one.
I would only add, Tristan, I think you did a beautiful job explaining this great concept that we have here at Haas of the curve. But just so that you know, what made me understand it is that there's a limited amount of A pluses, there's a limited amount of A's, there's a limited amount of A minuses. What determines what grade you get is the ranking in the class, right? So your performance is being compared to the rest of the people. Now, we can discuss whether that is great for encouraging people to study more, whether that creates some sort of competition and maybe not wanting to share resources, which is something that I have never experienced. But that's kind of the system. There's a limited amount of A minuses, A's, or every single grade. At community college, you get a 90.1, you get your A, right? At Cal, as Tristan said, there's specifically one class that we all know you might have a 98, then comes out you have a B plus, right? UGBA 1.0, was it 105?
105.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll leave it on to Daniel to continue his analysis of pros and cons.
So be ready. So class of 2023, we're gonna get you all ready to go. But my second, not negative, but something that you want to make sure you're aware of before you enter Haas is that Haas is a recruiting machine. You're coming in and they're going to put you through that recruiting cycle. Even if you don't want to go into the industry, you're going to feel like everyone around you is recruiting and there's a pressure for you to follow in other people's footsteps. And as a result of that, it gets very intimidating. I came in straight out of community college thinking I wanted to do IB. And I was like, yeah, let's do it. Let's study. And then I realized that's not what I wanted to do. And then I was like, let's do consulting because everyone else is doing consulting and they're promoting consulting so much. And that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to go into entrepreneurship, and I had to take a step back and realize that Haas does a really good job with, getting you a degree and getting you a nice paycheck after you're done. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't promote a diversity of business acumen. You want to look outside of the box, similar to what, I think Allison, I think you were the one that mentioned that, the entrepreneurship. You got to go out and find those resources and do that yourself, but make sure you're aware of that. When you're coming in and you're transferring, you want to make sure you know what you want to do and don't feel the pressure of Haas and the recruiting season and all these people going into IB or consulting get to the best of you. And I think the positive with Haas is that the family, like, I am just so surprised that I made so many amazing friends. And even though it's COVID, I have all these amazing virtual friends, people at Berkeley, transfers, continuing students, and everyone is just so kind and so supportive. I feel overwhelmed just talking about it. And also the networking at Haas and the alumni are fantastic. And you will never go to one place and not see someone else that is also a Haas alum. And that's something you should look forward to. The family at Berkeley Haas is amazing.
Perfect. I think, and then Daniel brought up a good point. As far as the recruiting process goes, it's kind of called the ABCs, and it's something that I learned coming in as a junior last year. Is accounting, banking, and consulting are super heavily recruited at Cal. So if you're like Daniel or Allison, who's pursuing entrepreneurial, well, then they had to kind of go outside and reach out to people that might have not been on campus, right? So they kind of had to put in that extra work. So that's just something to keep in mind. But don't think that you have to go into those three major things just because everybody else is. So I think that was a really good point to bring up. Before I move on to the next question, Isabel, did you have anything else to add with this one, or?
Yeah, I think most of the points have been brought up by my fellow panelists. And I think I think Daniel did a wonderful job in just the small time that he's been here, and really noticing that probably the curve and the fact that there is a lot of pressure about, oh, you're going to this job, this is not maybe as prestigious as this other job, and all that comparison that it's just that's toxic, right? And that can lead you to do things that you really don't want to do. And the story here is that your life is your life, you live it, they don't. So it's important to really realize that you need to do something that you like. But I wouldn't say that's something that's just Haas. I would say that at any competitive school that you have, that's something that's ingrained, and we need to move from it. But I will say for the other positive things that my fellow panelists mentioned, they're spot on. One thing that I want to add is the faculty. The people that are teaching you at Haas are incredibly accomplished individuals. Most of them, they're not doing research as in the other colleges at Cal. So they have a lot of time for you to go and talk to them about their careers, how they make decisions. And they're really, really willing to talk to you about that. So, for me, a lot of the faculty, I'm like, I really look up to them. It's incredible to be taught by those individuals. And I would say that a lot of our classes, even if you're not getting an MBA, right? But Haas is known for giving a pretty tough education, a lot of concepts that you'll be, if you get an MBA, you might not feel that big of a difference. But I think at Haas, it's practical. You're going to read so many Harvard Business School cases that you're going to get tired of it in your classes, because they really want you to think critically about the business world and how to solve issues. And I think that really shapes your education and shapes you as a leader. So I think that's the education it has, it's, in my opinion, I think it's very, very good.
Yeah, thank you for bringing up the faculty, because we did miss that, and that is something that's very rewarding at Haas. Really quick, I want you guys, and I wish I would have done it at the beginning, can you just go ahead and state, where you plan on starting full-time, internships next summer, stuff like that, and did Haas help you get that, do you feel like, or do you feel like it was kind of on your own, just to get a feel of like who's in the room and stuff like that, what career field you're going into?
You want to start at the bottom for this one or top again?
Sure, Isabel, go ahead.
Awesome. So I'm actually, I'm telling you to live your life and do what you love. Turns out I'm part of the ABC. So I am on the A, accounting. I kind of learned about accounting at the Big Four. when I was at community college, and I really loved the working experience that these companies had to offer for the beginning of your career. And so, you know, it is true, when you come in as a transfer, you're gonna be like, whoa, like you need to recruit for all of these things, you need to prepare for interviews, like it's a lot, right? It's overwhelming. But I think I tended to go to accounting, and I did my internship this last summer with EY, with Ernst & Young on their assurance department. I was very happy about it. I did realize that it was probably something that I wouldn't see myself doing for a very long time, but I love the team and the vibe and the opportunities that could bring me. So I signed my offer to go back, which, you know, being an international student and needing that H-1 visa, it's really a breath of fresh air. So I'll be coming back with EY at the end. I did do a previous internship with the World Bank that was really great in Washington, D.C., and that really shaped what I like to do. And so I'm trying to figure out a way to mix these two things later on in the future. When it comes to whether Haas helped me get there, you know, I think the Haas brand, it's very strong. And it's lovely to be able to talk to a lot of people that work at the Big Four that went at Cal to ask for advice. So I think it was definitely key. I see that the Big Four hire people from really all over. They're not like, oh, we only hired from like Haas and UCLA, which that's just lame. And I really love that. I would say for things that are considered like this high prestigious careers like IB, maybe consulting, being part of Haas would have played a more critical role. But in general, I think that the opportunities that Haas gave me were very important.
Perfect, Daniel.
Yeah, thank you. So first thing I want to start off by saying is that, you know, the Haas to industry pipeline is real. It's going to be a big plus if you're going to Haas, especially, and it's going to be a great it's going to be a good pipeline for you to get into those great companies that you want to work into. But it's not everything. And so that's very key. Just because you're at Haas doesn't mean you're guaranteed a job. You still have to work hard. You still have to recruit. You still have to interview and practice all those cases and do all that good stuff. I am very excited. I'm going to be an intern this summer for finance in the finance department of Clorox. So I'm going to be learning a lot about, you know, the industry. I'm going to be learning about the different groups they have at Clorox, working with products and seeing how finance is, you know, the backbone of any business. And so what I'm going to be doing with that internship is gaining experience within finance. But my ultimate goal is hopefully, you know, by the time I leave Haas, is that I'll have all this experience in the industry and then be able to start my own business. So I'm very excited for that internship in the summer. I do believe that I was able to get this opportunity because of Haas, because I know Clorox has an amazing connection with Haas. But at the same time, I recognize that, you know, this opportunity is great, but still next year when I recruit for full-time, I have to really think about what I want to do in the long run. And so I'm still deciding. And big congratulations to Isabel on that full-time offer.
Cool. Yeah.
Michael, I just saw a chat.
Yeah, go for it.
How I got that opportunity. So maybe someone can touch up on this, but we have a system called Handshake. It's a website where you can find job openings and apply to them, and then you'll be able to get in touch with recruiters and go through that recruiting process. So I saw that internship posting on handshake.com. You'll get that opportunity once you're in Haas, and you'll be able to enter it and, you know, make your profile and then apply. But then also my professor, Janet Brady, was the VP of marketing at Clorox. And so when I was applying to Clorox, I made sure I talked to her because she's had 25 years of experience there. And when I went into the interview, I kind of mentioned, hey, you know, I know Janet Brady. She told me X, Y, and Z, and I'm very excited about your firm. And that was also a big plus on my end because I knew Janet Brady and she was able to give me some good advice. Sorry about that, Mike.
No, that's awesome. All good. Yeah, Janet is the GOAT. She's so awesome. But for myself, I'm a product manager at Apple, specifically Apple Music. I had a bit of like a left field opportunity where I actually took last semester off and went and worked over there for 8 months, and then I got brought back, and so I'm there right now working full time while wrapping up this senior year. But I think like 1000% Haas is the only reason I'm there. Like it has to be, because again, like Daniel was saying, handshake is super key. It's like the two most important things are, one, utilizing handshake, and two, building relationships and reaching out to your alumni network. And so my situation was more of the latter, where there's this incredible woman, Meg, who runs the entire alumni program at Haas. And so kind of what I was doing when I was in this recruiting phase, I knew I either wanted to be at Apple Music or Spotify. It was one of the two, and I'm an Apple Music day one user, so I was kind of leaning more on that side. But Spotify's dope as well, don't get me wrong. But I would go to her with a bunch of people that I had found on LinkedIn, and she would give me their emails, and then I would send cold emails and as well as cold LinkedIn messages. And like, I don't necessarily recommend doing that. And if you do it, like, you know, there's a certain way you have to go about framing the conversation. And I'm super down to talk to anybody about that if you do have questions. So I mean, feel free to hit me up on LinkedIn after this. I'll toss in my my LinkedIn. But yeah, I reached out to this one guy, Austin, sent him a cold DM, and we just started chatting, kind of built a little online relationship. And he was ultimately the guy that referred me, and I got the interview opportunity, took advantage of it, and now he's my manager. And like and he went to Haas as well, so I guess that's the most important part, that he was a Haas alumni. But I owe, you know, everything to that guy. Like he's the one that gave me the opportunity and changed my life, and it all stemmed from just this mutual connection of being Haas alum, which I think shows the power of the type of people that you'll be able to kind of network and intermingle with here.
Allison,
Yes. So just continuing on with the question, everyone has been giving such good advice. So I'll try to follow up with everyone, but I'm continuing. So as I said before, I always had kind of like an entrepreneurial route. So I am continuing with the company I co-founded after graduation. So that's super exciting to kind of be able to build a company from the ground up and hopefully watch it take off. So that's kind of, I've been working full-time this semester with them, and now I'm going to continue after graduation. But kind of continuing the conversation of like, did Haas help? I would say 100%. My co-founder is an MBA, so it helped for me to kind of network with the MBAs. And I think a lot of undergrads are kind of afraid of networking with MBAs, but I always think that they have such a breadth of knowledge, and they're very much career oriented because they've been working for 5 to 8 years. So I think it's always good to kind of network with the MBAs, and I would say that's a huge plus within Berkeley, Haas, specifically the undergrad program. If you're an undergrad student, I highly recommend just also chatting it up with the MBAs as much as you would your undergrad or transfer classmates. But yeah, so that's what I'm doing after graduation. And yeah, that's all I could say is especially if you're looking into entrepreneurship, definitely don't be afraid of networking.
Berkeley and Haas do a really good job in kind of weeding people out and picking top people, right? So companies know this, and you know, the second you tell someone you're from Berkeley or you're Haas, they have all of these assumptions going on in their head. You know, they immediately think you're smart and you're probably hardworking. And I mean, whether it's true or not, right? Berkeley and Haas have created this, you know, kind of culture around that our students are this way. And so that does a lot of the weeding out for the companies ahead of time. So wherever you're applying to, Haas, you know, having Haas is definitely going to help you land that internship or help you land that, you know, that job. But at the end of the day, yes, like, you know, you're going to be going into those interviews, and it's going to be on you to kind of secure the bag and, you know, make sure that you get, you know, Haas might help you get in the door, but, you know, it won't get you the job unless, you know, you're also out there, right? And you're, you know, someone that would get that job, right? So be likable, definitely being likable is a huge thing when in interviews and jobs and stuff like that. I interviewed with Wells Fargo for an internship last summer that I ended up getting, and I mean, it was so easy to kind of organize everything through handshake. I applied and I got an interview. The interview was literally on campus, right? So everything was super easy and super accessible to me. The people there I thought were really amazing. I think I really vibed with them. They're really down to earth people. And I did a financial analyst internship where I kind of did a lot of underwriting, and we work with companies that make anywhere from $5 million to $2 billion in sales revenue per year. And I mean, they always want loans, right? So we pretty much do the underwriting, making sure that they were good for their money, right? Good for the loans, and they'd be able to pay us back. And I got a full-time offer to start next July. So I accepted that, and I'm gonna go ahead and work with them for the next possibly 3 or so years. And I think eventually I'm gonna transition to go back to school, get an MBA, and in the future, I'd like to become a professor at a community college.
Perfect. Thank you guys for sharing like your future and like what you guys are doing. It sounds like everybody's all lined up, so that's super exciting, and I can't wait to see what you guys do. I did have a question in the chat. So it says, as community college students, do you guys have any experience and tips in finding internships or jobs? I guess at that level I'm guessing that's what the question is asking. I feel like with my job, my full-time offer, it was just something I had started out of high school, and then I just kind of got promoted within. So I don't know if I have any resources or anything like that. Does anybody else have anything?
I would go ahead and just reach out to people, right? Like look at your network and just start reaching out to people. So maybe, at a community college, your professors might be somewhere where you can go to and find out like where they worked before they were professors, right? They might know people, or reach out to anybody you might know, right? You can even go on LinkedIn and do what Michael did and just like cold email people, cold LinkedIn people, right? Like send them these messages. What I would definitely recommend is definitely find something you have in common with those people, right? So whether they're from your same city, and that's something Michael did. He was reaching out. I mean, like he said, his manager was from Haas, right? So he was probably, all the people he reached out to were all from Haas, right? He had this thing in common with them. So he knew automatically, like they have this thing in common, like they're going to be able to connect because of that, right? And that really decreases, the likelihood that they're going to just not reach out to you and kind of ghost you, right? So find something you have in common with them, whether it's you went to the same community college, the same high school, you're from the same town, things that you can find, either on Google or on LinkedIn, right? Use LinkedIn. You definitely use LinkedIn to your advantage, and then just hit people up. Honestly, you just gotta kind of be unafraid to talk to random people you don't even know and kind of show your best side to them, right? And that's how opportunities come for you. Just not being afraid of talking to a stranger.
Yeah, I would definitely repeat what Adam said completely. Also, don't be afraid to start small. A lot of people are swinging for the fences and trying to get these really hyper competitive, firms to hire them. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with starting small at more of a boutique firm, and really inflicting change within that firm. And I would just Google marketing firms within the Bay Area, and I finally found one that would give me a job. So just kind of, not giving up and being persistent. And if they say no one month, they might say yes the next. So I would just say definitely be persistent and don't be afraid to start small, because at the end of the day, it's all about how much change you're inflicting within the organization rather than, like a name brand.
Yeah, 100% agree with both of those points. Like, I think tool wise, the biggest thing like Adon said, is LinkedIn, right? The LinkedIn is incredible. And for myself, I literally did not have one until I came into Haas. And that was because of Precor, the transfer program. They literally force you to make one. So if you guys make one before, I definitely recommend using that as a tool. And yeah, you can go in and set filters on how you search. So like where I would start, do your community college, and then maybe a type of role that you're interested in, and reach out to some of those people, because especially something I found is transfers in general, just people who have gone through the community college route are so willing to help, no matter where you are in your career journey. So definitely reach out to others who are at or who have graduated from your community college. And yeah, I think similar to what Allison was saying, like, don't be afraid to start somewhere smaller, or not at some massive company, like put your hours in somewhere else. Like for me, that was really doing music and production, and understanding the business side of how everything functioned. And like I had to earn my stripes on that. So like that was no easy grind. Like that was blood, sweat, and tears. But all of that work kind of led to ultimately getting that opportunity, right? So for sure, 100% start somewhere small, and experience is always better than no experience, right? So don't aim super high, but just see what you can get right now, because I know being in CC is hard. Being in CC is tough, but any experience is great experience.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like for my job, it was like a small family-owned like plant nursery, right? But I brought about change within the company, and I was really able to just tell my story that way. So I agree. It doesn't have to be huge, right? Like these big names, just something you're passionate in, something that you can bring about change and stuff. I do have a question in the chat. So competitive GPA to have a good shot. So on average, they say it's about a 3.7, 3.8. But that doesn't mean that if you have below that, you can't get in, right? There are exceptions and stuff like that. But that's just kind of the average 3.7, 3.8. The other question is for interviews, can you tell us what the process is like? So I know all the seniors here that had interviews, or at least mine was like a phone interview. So we were actually talking to somebody else. And for me, it was very conversational and things like that. So I don't know, like, I think he asked, how was my day and stuff like that. And, did you do anything post application that you want to tell us about? So it was very conversational. Like it didn't feel like an interview at all. Daniel, I'm going to turn it over to you really, really quick, just because you're the only junior here. If you had an interview, how was the whole virtual process of that?
So yeah, so my first interview was through, I already forgot the name, but it was, you have to talk in front of the camera. You have to record yourself speaking. Does anyone know the name of that? It was HireView. There we go, HireView. So that was my first interview. It was a HireView. No one is on the other line. You just have to answer the questions, record yourself. You get 2 attempts. And that was very scary. I bombed them. I went and cuddled, and I went in bed and just cried. I was like, no, this is so bad, I'm gonna fail. But then when I was applying for consulting and finance, I actually had interviews through Zoom, but there was another person on the line. And through Pre-Core, we actually got to, this year, the Pre-Core was virtual, and we had a lot of practice with interviewing through a virtual setting. So we don't know what the future is going to hold. I don't know, we're not going to know how long we're going to be here virtually, but make sure you're practicing speaking behind the camera, looking straight into your camera and being confident behind the webcam. And so all the interviews for me were virtual, and it was a good experience. It was a little intimidating at first, but you have to have a lot of practice. I did about 20 interviews, and when I did the last one with Clorox, it felt like butter. It was really, really easy. But it's, breaking that barrier, getting comfortable in front of the camera, and making sure that, you have all of your technology in place, you're sitting upright, you're confident, you're smiling. And if you do all those things and you get comfortable behind a camera, you'll do really good. But that was my experience, and we'll see next year. Maybe it will be in person, but for now, I'm just gonna become a master at virtual interviews.
And I think, like, going off what Daniel said, something to keep in mind is now that we have gone through like COVID season and everything's gone virtual, I know at least for my firm that I'm starting with, which is another Big 4 accounting firm, everything's going to be virtual. Their interviews are just going to be all virtual now. So it is something that, they did do this year due to COVID. So it may continue in the future, right? So just practicing, whether it's pre-recording yourself, talking in front of the webcam, I do think it will be something that these big companies and stuff will be carrying out in the future. And I'm gonna do one more question. So do you think this year applying will be any different because of COVID, referring to GPA and acceptance? I can't really answer that just because we're not admissions people, but I guess the answer to that question would be maybe. It depends, right? I know it's not like a solid answer. You know, COVID did hit, right? People had to go home. There was this huge pandemic going on, so grades might have slipped. There was the whole pass, no pass thing, if your community college did that. So I think the admissions team will be more lenient on it, but I would also, in regards to that, and I think it's like the extra info session or something like that on the UC application, if you had to pass, no pass a class, or maybe withdrew, take that time to explain like why, right? Like it never hurts to just put in that extra information. Because again, we don't know how the admission cycle is gonna go this year just because you guys did have the whole COVID crisis hit, right? So I would just take that time to say, hey, you know, I had to pass, no pass this class because I was moving back home or something like that. So just kind of keep that in mind. I'm not too sure how that'll affect the average GPA or anything like that. But better be safe than sorry to explain, you know. I think that's all the time we have today. I know you guys have to get back. So I just want to thank you guys so much for coming to our session. I know the panelists, feel free to drop your emails. They'd love if you would reach out to them with anything, any other questions you might have that may have not gotten answered today. But yeah, and with that, I'll turn it back over to you guys.
Oh, that was wonderful. Thank you so much for the information. And my gosh, you guys got through a lot of the questions. And
perfect, good.
that was longer of a Q&A than all of our panelists. And I will say this is definitely going to help a lot of these transfer students when they're applying for Haas.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Dylan, for having us today.
It's great that you guys were able to make it. I don't know if there's any other events you guys want to advertise. So we're just
I think I was trying to find it in the chat, but Envision Haas again, November 20th from 5 to 6:30 p.m. Pacific. Feel free to attend. We do a student panel again, but this time we will go more in depth on the admissions. So just keep that in mind if you maybe had some questions regarding admissions or anything like that. But yeah, all you have to do is you just have to Google search Envision Haas UC Berkeley and it'll pop right up. You guys can go ahead and sign up for the events and stuff like that.
Good to be an active listener and listen to lots of people.
Yes.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. And I know I've kept these guys waiting for a winner for a long time.
Yeah, no worries.
But how about we go into it now for everyone? So once again, thank you guys for your guys' thoughts, voices, as well as everything regarding Berkeley Haas. It's been extremely helpful. But hopefully that didn't pry away from your guys' excitement for the winner of this competition. Now, hope everyone, or all the panelists that were here before, were able to see this, able to respond. Okay. So before I get into the winners, pull that up for you guys. I'd like to say to all of you guys that are participating, you guys have taken an opportunity, an astounding opportunity that really did push you guys going through a myriad of different levels, different competitions. You guys are college winners. You guys are regional winners. And regardless of whatever result is, nothing can pry away from the fact that you guys were here today at this competition to compete in front of so many different professional judges. You've had a lot of experience to go out there and speaking. I've gotten the opportunity to see how you guys have evolved your speeches, your pitches, your write-ups, your elevator pitches. Everything was marked really well. I have to say from all of you guys that I really do hope that you take your ideas to the next level. Regardless of any results, these could work. I've seen so many different ideas pop up before And like Stephen Lamb was telling you earlier, it's having an entrepreneurship mindset that will push you across to win in further competitions or to build your $1 billion company. There is always room for improvement. Even after doing this presentation 3 times over, there are many that I've seen that have gone through them 10 times over. They've presented to so many different types of investors because those investors, they may have different thoughts, different opinions, different things that they connect with. And that's why we've got so many different judges to make sure that you guys had gotten an average all opinion out of there. But that doesn't encompass everybody. Your ideas still could work. And pushing that through is the amazing thing about businesses. I told you guys that you would have several awards that are going to be announced today, and these are based on a lot of different results, the opinions of the judges, and we got a numeric score of all your guys' points and calculated them to make sure that we have the absolute best from each of these categories and a winner for the 3rd place, 2nd place, and 1st place. Sadly, there was going to be no audience award because we just did not hit that audience limit for 30 people. I'm sorry that we weren't able to encompass that all for the participants. However, I hope you got a lot out of seeing this because this is what the real life looks like. These are the real questions that you guys asked, what business is really involved into. So hopefully you guys next year and the participants will be able to participate again in another competition similar to this and continue to stay with College League. Now, I've kept you guys waiting very long, and I kind of like doing that as well. It adds to excitement. However, I will move on to the next winner, or for our first winner. So I know this is a blinding light, but for the NBPC, the final round awards that we'll be giving out, the very first award that I'd love to give out for the best executive summary. All were wonderful, but only one stands out to all of our judges the very most, and we really appreciate their hard work and effort. The team that I will be giving this award to is Santa Monica College's Salvo Systems. This is for the team who did the very best with their executive summary, detailing all the details of their company for those judges. The judges really appreciated your work, your write-up, and everything regarding that. I know that Salvo Systems might be possible attendees or panelists because they had to send some of those individuals to support them and help them. However, when you guys see this recording and you get to watch over it, I hope you guys are happy to see that your hard work did pay off for this opportunity. But that's not the only awards that we are going to give out today. The very next award is for the very best COVID response over to inoculum from the City College of San Francisco. Inoculum, thank you so much for your idea. I believe a mask in this time was really well put for such an idea like that. And hopefully you can push that out because we're in great need of something like that. So we really appreciate your idea as well as your response towards COVID and this pandemic. Next off, for the very best elevator pitch, I'd like to give that to Petme from De Anza College. Thank you guys so much. You guys put a lot of hard work and effort into that. And did you guys get an editor for that video? Because it was really well done. Thank you so much for putting that all together. And you know, building a business is about expanding. It's about getting a lot of different individuals together to support you and help you utilizing everyone's skills. So we saw that within your video, and we really appreciate that you guys gave the very best elevator pitch. Now, I'd That is all the awards for the categories that we have to give. So I'm going to let these teams talk a little bit about, their sort of story and how they got to the idea and everything. So hopefully you guys can be ready for that. But the top 3 teams, although I'd like to give everyone an award, the 3rd place team will have to go to Inoculum. Inoculum, are you there? Oop.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
What's up, man?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Ooh. There you go. Did you like to say anything for your guys' hard work and effort towards this competition?
I mean, definitely congratulations to all these teams that made it to the finals. Like personally for our team, we put in a lot of hard work and I'm pretty sure all of you guys did too. So, I have mad respect for you guys. And yeah, we're going to graciously accept this award with open hands.
Thank you guys for all your hard work. I know that a lot of the times we've had a lot of moments where we might have doubted that we could get into the next round. However, you guys had pulled through and won yourselves the very 3rd place competition. Now, for the 2nd place team that had won out of all 80 participants, do not forget that. There was around 80 teams that went. Our 2nd place winner is Petme from De Anza College. Petme, are you there? Oh my gosh. Well, that's a bummer right there for me. Petme, are you there?
Yes.
Would you like to say any words?
Yes, thank you so much, Dylan and all the judges. We are really, really happy for this award. And at first, we are really grateful to be given this this opportunity to be in this competition. And in this competition, we actually learned a lot in the process. And we know that we are really fortunate to be given this award, but a more important thing for us is that we learn a lot through this process. And yeah, we're really happy about that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, this really means a lot to us, and I just want to also congratulate all the other participants because I think everyone did really well, and I think we really learned a lot here. So I want everyone to keep working towards their goal, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Petme, for all that you've endeavored through. And I think Stefan said it right when we really needed an app like this. And I know that you guys were working on it. So by all means, take advantage of all the resources that we have right here to make building that up and testing that out a little bit more, because there is a lot of room for that. Now, I kind of spoiled it. However, hopefully you guys can have some excitement still for this. This is a great opportunity. This team was so very close to the second, or to Petme. It was outstandingly close. We had to say that this is definitely one of the moments in which we had to really look through thoroughly to make sure we had all the points accounted for, because that was incredibly well done from the both of you guys. And that team, though, for 1st place, we have to give it to Helipods from Irvine Valley College. Thank you, Helipods. You guys have delivered an amazing presentation.
Thank you so much. That really means a lot. And I would definitely agree. Petme and all the other groups did such a fantastic job. This really means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wanted to just thank all the judges and all the other teams for all the positive feedback and ideas that we've gotten. I just wanted to recognize our mentor from IBC, Professor Russo. He's helped us so much through all of this.
Thank you, Professor Russo.
Good to hear the shout out. Yeah, you guys did amazingly well, and I have to say everyone here was really great with their presentations. If you guys need any help at all or any sorts of connections or support from me, then always feel free to reach out. Probably to my email. I don't check my LinkedIn very often, but it's a good way to find me. And then you can always reach out if you need anything that I can support some help with, because I really do want to see your guys' ideas flourish. This is the largest competition that I've ever gone to run. And so you guys are a part of the largest business plan competition that is within this nation at the current point in time. Maybe I can say that. I don't know if I can, but we'll say it is. So for all those other 80 teams that have participated, we really appreciate your guys' hard work. Right? Remember, you guys had taken the very first step to adopting an entrepreneurship mindset towards working towards the future and committing to taking a shot. The always one question is, how lucky are you? It's always something that you can consider, because you can evaluate what sort of opportunities are in front of you if you consider yourself to be a very lucky person. So do make sure to keep on seeking those opportunities out there. And for those teams, we'd like to give you guys your certificates and awards after the competition. In a couple of days, we'll reach out to you guys again with more formal awards and certificates, but I hope this suffices. All right, guys, I know that's a lot to take in, and I really appreciate that you guys have done as much as you can for this competition, and I really appreciate all that support and help. I believe that will be it from my side, as well as the National Business Plan side. College Leap has still a myriad of different opportunities for you guys to get invested into. The National Business Plan competition is not just the only one, although it's a very big one, I will say. So do take shots, take an opportunity, and I will have to end this call right now. Thank you guys once again for all the hard work.